lives of our listeners who are passionate about supporting our great family of AM 560 advertisers. To learn more, just visit 560theanswer.com/advertise. That's 560theanswer.com/advertise.
News, opinion, insight. This is AM 560, The Answer. WIND, Chicago. Streaming at 560theanswer.com on the AM 560 mobile app. Or tell your smart speaker to play The Answer, Chicago.
Jail time for an illegal migrant. I'm Chris DeMeo, Fox News. Venezuelan illegal migrant turned convicted killer Jose Ibarra learning his fate.
Count 1, malice murder. I sentence you to life without the possibility of parole.
Ibarra was found guilty on 10 counts after the murder of nursing student Laken Riley at the University of Georgia. Her mother, Allison Phillips, spoke ahead of the sentencing.
He showed no mercy on Laken when she was begging for her life. There's no end to the pain and suffering that he inflicted on our family and our friends.
Meantime, President-elect Trump with a statement on X saying in part, "We love you, Laken, and our hearts will always be with you. It's time to secure our border and remove these criminals and thugs from our country." Well, the FBI and Texas Governor Greg Abbott are warning that Chinese spies are harassing Chinese dissidents living in Texas.
The FBI opens a counterintelligence case relating to China roughly every 12 hours. This according to the FBI Director Chris Wray. In Texas, the FBI and Governor Greg Abbott are working separate missions to warn the public about Chinese spying and intimidation. This week, Governor Abbott issued an executive order directing the Public Safety Department to protect Chinese dissidents who are being threatened by people connected to the Communist Party there. Abbott is warning Texans that Chinese spies are threatening and intimidating people who fled the communist country and now call Texas home. It's happening through cyber stalking and other forms of harassment.
That's Fox's David Spunt. The family of a man shot and killed by a Dallas cop who said she mistook his apartment for her own was awarded nearly $100 million in a federal civil trial. The jury found after a 3-day trial that ex-officer Amber Geiger used excessive force in the death of Botham Jean back in 2018 and violated his constitutional rights. America's listening to Fox News.
"29 degrees and snowfall this morning at 5:02 on AM 560. The Answer. Good morning. I'm Mike Scott. Drivers could experience slippery roads this morning in the Chicago area. National Weather Service says moderate to heavy snowfall is expected across the region, with precipitation changing to rain or drizzle in the afternoon. A Cook County judge is under fire for releasing a man before he was accused of killing his estranged wife in Chicago's Portage Park neighborhood. The judge, Thomas Nowinski, released Konstantin Beldy on electronic monitoring in October, following a prior attack on his wife, Lakrumora Beldy. His release came 6 weeks before police say he stabbed his wife to death Tuesday. An off-duty Chicago police detective was injured in that attack while trying to stop it. Konstantin Beldy was later found dead in a vehicle nearby. A Barrington man accused of killing the mother of his child over the weekend struck her twice with a baseball bat before shooting her in the chest with a gun that he'd reported stolen. William Zentech was ordered held until trial on first-degree murder charges by Cook County Circuit Judge Ellen Mandeltort. But after court, defense attorney Thomas Glasgow said that Zentech acted in self-defense and in defense of the girl.
He ended up making allegations of molestation while the child was in the custody of the deceased, that someone that is close to the deceased was the target of those allegations, and he reported that to the police the day before.
42-year-old Dr. Olga Duchan of Vernon Hills had an order of protection against Zentech since 2021. His next court date was scheduled for December 13 at the Rolling Meadows Courthouse. 3 are dead after a vehicle hit a train in Harvey. Authorities say all 3 victims were inside a vehicle that collided with a train yesterday after bypassing down crossing gates at 153rd and Park Avenue. Authorities are investigating a shooting that left a man dead and a baby wounded on the southwest side. Police say the man was driving yesterday in the 2400 block of South Oakley when a blue vehicle approached. Someone inside opened fire. The man suffered multiple gunshot wounds and was pronounced dead on the scene. The 6-month-old in the back of that vehicle suffered a graze wound and this morning remains hospitalized in good condition. A longtime foot soldier for Michael Madigan is testifying against him in the former Illinois House Speaker's racketeering trial. Ed Moody testified yesterday that Madigan arranged for him to receive a consulting contract from ComEd worth over $354,000 without doing any work for the utility. Instead, he was being paid to continue campaigning for Illinois Democrats. A man arrested in August after a 15-hour police standoff at a restaurant just a few blocks from the DNC in Chicago is being returned to Mississippi, where he had escaped from a county jail. The Mississippi Department of Public Safety confirmed that Joshua Zimmerman is being extradited. They would not say exactly when he's being moved. A Dyer, Indiana man faces criminal charges after authorities discovered more than 24 animals in distress Wednesday morning. Lake County sheriffs and Indiana DNR also recovered at least 29 deer skulls. Authorities discovered the animals in need while executing a search warrant for suspected illegal hunting. A conservative group is attempting to take action against an Illinois law that requires mail-in ballots to be counted for 14 days after Election Day. In a filing this week, the organization Judicial Watch asked the Supreme Court to reverse federal court rulings that upheld the law. The request comes less than a month after a federal court in Louisiana ruled that Mississippi's law allowing mail-in ballots to be counted after Election Day violated federal law. Illinois prison guards have reported severe illnesses and overdose symptoms after handling inmates' mail. Now Republicans in Springfield are calling to suspend or electronically scan incoming mail for inmates. In a letter, Democrats urged the Illinois Department of Corrections to allow inmates to continue receiving their original physical mail. Republican State Representative Charlie Meyer said that the acting corrections director, LaToya Hughes, at the very least, owes taxpayers a hearing.
Everyone should agree that if there's a threat to the safety of the inmates and the employees, we need to quickly get to a solution.
Restore Justice Director Julie Anderson says that organization is opposed to any legislative action that would temporarily suspend the process or delivery of physical mail. New data shows that more than 2.5 times as many red light camera tickets were issued on Chicago's South Side over a year-long period than at intersections where the cameras are installed on North Side corners. Recent studies find residents in the city's Black and Latino neighborhoods are being hardest hit by the big fines. And lawmakers like State Representative LaShawn Ford have had enough.
And it's not fair, first of all, because the city could control when and how the timing impacts certain communities.
Ford has previously called for a moratorium on red light cameras. Of the more than 600,000 tickets issued across the city, accounting for $61 million in fines from October through September, red light cameras on the South Side issued an average of 9,000 tickets over that time, or 5,500 more than each North Side camera. The Bulls could not contain Giannis in a 122-106 loss to the Bucks. Antetokounmpo collected 41 points, Zach LaVine 27 in a losing effort for the Bulls. The Blackhawks take on Florida tonight. Number 20 Fighting Illini got off to a slow start, never caught up in a 100-87 loss to number 7 Alabama. In other college basketball action yesterday, Northern Illinois was crushed by Elon. Today, UIC goes against James Madison. Two aces are taking home Cy Young Awards for the first time in their careers. Major League Baseball's trophy for Best Pitcher goes to Chris Sale in the National League and Tariq Skubal of the Tigers in the American League. The news, a service of almostfreeteeth.com. What if you could save an average of 90% for dental implants and get 100% of your smile back? It's possible. Check if you qualify at almostfreeteeth.com. A check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Mike Gallagher sees nothing but winning.
You know, the guy that doesn't like Hispanics just appointed the first Latino Secretary of State in American history, Marco Rubio. Also, Trump, the misogynist, appointed the first ever female chief of staff, Susie Wiles. Boy, that's some real unconventional decisions from a racist misogynist, huh? A lot of winning.
The Mike Gallagher Show, weekdays at 9, right before Dennis Prager at 11 on AM 560. The Answer.
This is Sean Thompson. When you go on vacation, does it make sense to have somebody else pack for you? Of course not. The same can be said for your retirement. Your 401k could be packed with things you don't know about or even need. If you're close to retirement, but you don't have a plan customized to your goals, it's like kind of taking a 30-year vacation with no idea what's in the suitcase. Sounds like a stressful way to begin what should be a relaxing time. Tom Fortino at Alpha Wealth Group can help you unpack your savings and build a plan to reduce future taxes, address Social Security and health care, and a whole lot more, all with a clear, defined income strategy. Call the Alpha Wealth Group at 630-934-1855. Ask for the complimentary retirement plan. That's 630-934-1855 or online at alphawealthgroup.com. And listen to the Alpha Wealth Hour Saturday mornings at 9 a.m. right here on AM 560.
Advisory services through Retirement Wealth Advisors, LLC, and SEC Registered Investment Advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through Alpha Wealth Group, licensed in Illinois.
Wesley is a truck driver.
I drive a truck, and I love what I do.
A truck driver with IRS troubles.
They told me I owed them $43,000.
It got really bad.
Quite a few letters in the mail. They were talking about wage garnishment, coming after my house, my car. Yeah, they don't play around. I seriously thought that I was going to lose everything.
One sleepless night, Wesley finally made a call to Optima Tax Relief at 2 a.m.
Kind of figured I'd get a machine, but I didn't. I actually got to talk to an actual person in the middle of the night.
He found just what he was looking for.
Oh, they were great people. You need a team of people that know what they're doing. Optima Tax. They know what they're doing.
Optima Tax Relief came through with flying colors.
I saved an incredible amount of money. Happy don't even come close. I was absolutely overjoyed.
Take Wesley's advice.
If you're in any kind of trouble with the IRS, call Optima Tax Relief. Don't trust anybody else.
Call Optima for a free consultation. Call 800-965-1433. 800-965-1433. 800-965-1433.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
5:12, let's check the roads. Team Hochberg Traffic Center time, and this update is a service of Discover. Guess what? Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. You heard right, so maybe it's time to face facts. You're stuck in the past. Based on the February 2024 Nielsen report, learn more at discover.com/credit card. I-65, rollover semi in northwest Indiana. 2 left lanes are blocked. Northbound 65 between 137th and US 231. That's in Crown Point. 2 semis, 2 cars have crashed. It's a mess. Also delays on the in Aurora this morning. We see an accident, Eola Road, just south of Indian Trail. That's North Aurora Road. And problems as well this morning on the Eisenhower. You've got ramps closed to an accident. Inbound, the off-ramp to Mannheim, and the inbound on-ramp from Mannheim off the inbound Eisenhower are closed right now as they deal with the accident. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy starts next. Now your official Chicagoland weather forecast. In the AM 560 Weather Center, here's AccuWeather's Steve Williams.
Today, increasingly windy with some snow, 1 to 3 inches, changing to rain late today. The high today, 40. Evening rain or snow shower tonight, otherwise clouds and windy, low 38. Clouds and breezy tomorrow with a high at 45. I'm Steve Williams on AM 560, The Answer.
Flurries and 30 at O'Hare, 31 at Midway. Light snow in Joliet, 31. Flurries in Kankakee, Romeoville, and in Lansing. Your next news update, 5:30. Chicago's Morning Answer starts next on AM 560, The Answer.
At Balance of Nature, the quality of our products always starts with TLC, tender, loving care. We start by ensuring that only the finest fruit and vegetable ingredients are selected for our supplements. We put our ingredients through an advanced vacuum cold process that removes their moisture. Then they're ground up into a fine powder, encapsulated, and voila! Our fruits and veggies supplements are made just for you with love. And our commitment to care doesn't end there. Our customer care team is here to provide assistance, ensuring that you have the support and guidance you need. It's the tender, loving care you can see, smell, taste, and feel with every delivery.
Celebrate this season with Black Friday savings all month long. Go to balanceofnature.com and sign up as a new preferred customer to get 50% off your first preferred set. Go to balanceofnature.com or call 1-800-246-8751 and get this exclusive Black Friday offer by using discount code Chicago.
A large retail store just canceled a huge order, leaving MyPillow with a ton of extra MyPillows. But you know what? That's their loss and your gain. For the first time ever, you'll get a standard classic MyPillow for wholesale prices, only $14.88. But it gets even better. For a limited time, they're going to offer their entire classic collection at wholesale prices. Get queen-size MyPillows for just $18.88. Upgrade to king-size for only $1 more. Get the body pillows for $29.88 and multi-use MyPillows for only $9.88. So go to MyPillow.com and use promo code LIBERTY or call 800-489-0201 to take advantage of wholesale pricing for the first time ever and receive free shipping on orders over $75. That's right. Get the standard MyPillow for only $14.88. They have never been offered this low before. They're limited quantities at this price, so the limit is going to be 10, and once they're gone, they're gone. So go to MyPillow.com or call 800-489-0201 and use promo code LIBERTY to get the standard MyPillow for only $14.88, the lowest price ever. Papa Nicholas Coffee, a Chicagoland tradition for over 5 generations, combines heritage and innovation in every cup. Our coffee is locally roasted, hot air roasted, and cold blended in small batches to ensure premium quality. Whether you prefer a 12-ounce bag or a 28-ounce bag, or even the convenience of K-Cups, you'll find Papa Nicholas Coffee at your local retailer. Taste the difference that 5 generations of expertise brings. Choose Papa Nicholas Coffee, because great coffee is our family tradition. Visit online at papanicholas.com. That's papanicholas.com.
Healthcare.gov has plans for health because you have plans for life. All plans cover doctor visits and emergency care to keep you and your family running strong. All plans cover hospital stays and prescriptions so you can have peace of mind. Visit healthcare.gov to explore health plans from the brands you know. 4 out of 5 customers can find a health plan for $10 or less per month with financial help. Enroll at healthcare.gov by December 15th for coverage starting January 1st. Paid for by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
The weather is starting to turn to fall, and before you know it, the snow will be flying. Are your tires prepared for the rain and snow? Remke's Garage sells the most popular tire for this Chicago weather, the Toyo Celsius. Why Toyo, you ask? The Toyo Celsius tire has been uniquely engineered to help you specifically navigate Chicago's extreme weather and road conditions. Not only is the tire the most round, minimizing irregular wear, the asymmetric tread design is able to handle the crazy Chicago weather when it starts raining one minute, icy the next, and snowing within a few more minutes. Have peace of mind when going down the road that your tires are prepared for the conditions. So, why wait? Stop by Remke's Garage today and let their team inspect your tires and get you on the road with confidence. Visit us at remkesgarage.com. That's remkesgarage.com. REMKES, remkesgarage.com. Remke's Garage, repairing America.
Portions of the following show may be pre-recorded.
Now, from the Signature Bank Studios, this is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
Top of the morning, Dan and Amy. Senate Republicans not off to a great start. I mean, I know it's not the new regime yet, but the Senate Republicans preparing to work under the leadership of John Thune and President Trump. Bit of a sleep at the switch. Ron DeSantis tweeting out the other day, this leftist judge, he's talking about a judge confirmed for the 11th Circuit, This leftist judge would have been voted down, and the seat on this important 11th Circuit would have been filled by Donald Trump next year had Republicans showed up. Now the leftist judge will have a lifetime appointment, and the people of Florida, Alabama, and Georgia will suffer the consequences. The nominee in question has written laws against child rape are racist. He had 2 previous decisions where he gave lenient sentences to child predators from the Senate. And now, again, he's a lifetime appointee because this guy's name is, by the way, Embry Kidd, by a vote of 49 to 45 because Senate Republicans, some Senate Republicans, including Vance, weren't there. Manchin, interestingly, voted no. And, of course, Mamala is in Hawaii on vacation, so she's not there to break a tie break. So this could have actually absolutely been presented, that is. In addition to that, you have President Trump now taking judicial notice of this, and he weighed in to say, the Democrats are trying to stack the courts with radical left judges, which is what they do, on their way out the door. Republican senators need to show up and hold the line. No more judges confirmed before inauguration. Mike Davis was on War Room. Mike Davis, the founder of the Article 3 Project, saying in no uncertain terms, it's time, there's no grace period here, this lame duck period. We just take a deep breath until Trump and Republicans assume the mantle. Well, no, because of all this 11th hour business that the Biden and company are attempting. Here's Mike Davis.
Not the Senate runs by unanimous consent, largely agree to nothing, do not give consent to anything, do not voice vote anything, do not UC anything, grind the Senate to a halt. The American people put President Trump back in the White House in an overwhelming landslide victory, 312 electoral votes. The American people voted for a very strong Senate Republican majority, 53 votes. The American people want President Trump and Senate Republicans appointing constitutionalist judges. They do not want President Biden and Chuck Schumer and these radical Senate Democrats putting on these bottom-of-the-barrel losers who are getting through the Senate process now because Senate Republicans can't find the time to show up to work and vote. Show up to work. Grind the Senate to a halt.
Right. The Republicans who didn't show, our friend Mike Braun, Steve Daines, Bill Hagerty, J.D. Vance, and Marco Rubio, they didn't vote.
We have to show up
stopped it.
Well, no. We show up for work. Where were they? I understand J.D. Vance, he's preparing for, what's the changes that are coming. But still, Trump would have flown him back to D.C. Somebody would have flown him back to see from Mar-a-Lago and made, voted and then gone back. What about Marco Rubio? Where's he? Is he in Hawaii too with Kamala?
Well, the point is that you have to be paying attention. These are lifetime appointments, right? Federal judgeships, lifetime appointments, and one radical they sneak in under the wire is one radical too many, and they should know better. It just calls to mind this this gap that we have. We've talked about many a time before. The judicial branch, this gap we have in sort of paying attention and holding people to account for their prior conduct as well as present conduct on the bench. I mean, we see this at the Cook County court level, for example. There's a high-profile case that's, again, come to the fore of a judge giving a public threat a pass and that resulting in a death. This is the Nowinski case, and we'll get to that in a second. But, I mean, it's just the larger point that, it's great when we talk about Supreme Court nominees and the nation's attention is fixated on the nominees and all the drama of the confirmation process, and there's enough activist groups on both sides that it gets a full airing normally. But when you come to lower courts, and there's so many, and then you get to state and local courts, and there's so many, and it doesn't have sort of the same nexus to people's everyday lives, we sort of don't pay the attention that is warranted, and you start to have the problems that have been well documented emanating from the bench. That's turns out to be an important part of the criminal justice and civil justice system, the judges who preside over these courts. 312-642-5600, turnkey.pro answer line.
You could also text us on that same line. But Dan, isn't their only job as a Senate Republican or a Senate Democrat to show up and vote? I mean, Marco Rubio, it's in his home state. This judge is going to be appointed to life in Florida.
It's an embarrassing moment, there's no question. And we're not making excuses for any of them. That there's not an excuse to not have this, have the requisite awareness to make sure that something that could have been prevented was. Something bad that could happen and did happen could have been prevented. They should have been on watch. There's no question about it.
It directly affects the people in his state that he is representing, that pay his salary.
And locally, I know you just got through going through the Cook County ballot with 75 judges you had to vote against retaining for the most part. A day after man allegedly killed his estranged wife and was found dead blocks away in Portage Park. Cook County judge facing heavy criticism for refusing to hold the suspect in custody as he faced charges in an earlier attack on the same woman. This is the Thomas Nowinski case.
Yeah, don't forget that judge's name ever. Please, never forget that name.
And, advocates for domestic violence survivors are urging Tim Evans to reassign Nowinski to prevent him from hearing similar domestic cases. Well, that's all well and good. I mean, maybe you could put him, in traffic court or something like that. But it's a larger point, and it's the larger point of the consequences of who you put in charge of these systems. And I'm not just talking about the judges in Cook County, as we well know. Putting Madigan and Burke in charge of selecting and slating the Cook County judges, and they get paid. Madigan and Burke, I'm talking about. They kick in 25, 50 grand, 100 grand to their campaign funds. I mean, it's all on the up and up. It's all neatly transactional, but that's the way we do business. It's the big city that works. Sure, it is. And then you have these crackpot judges or incompetent judges or some combination of the two that are just as responsible as Kim Foxx, most recently, for the turnstile criminal justice system that is Cook County.
I mean, this judge, he has blood on his hands. And I know we say that a lot here, but, you keep hearing on the news, oh, this is the second time this year. It was just in October. It's still November, right? In October, he pushed her down violently and was beating her up. So then on October 9th, the judge refused to say that he was a safety threat or a flight risk and put him on GPS tracker. And are you ready? Just told him, verbally scolded him, stay away from your wife and certain locations.
Well,
she got an emergency order of protection, which a piece of paper doesn't stop a madman.
Yeah, well, then it's also a pulling back and saying, okay, well, we live in the Pritzker Purge Law era. We live in the Safety Act era. So the default position that judges are instructed to take is that unless it is, a specified Class X felony that the prosecution will argue is indicative of someone who is a imminent threat to public safety, then you got to release them pending trial. No pretrial release. That's the culture. No pretrial detention. That's the culture. Pretrial release is the culture. So who's responsible for that? Everybody wants to focus on the judge, and he's part of it. He's part of the conversation. What about Kim Foxx? She was a proponent of the purge law. What about Brandon Johnson?
What about
Pritzker and the General Assembly?
Or Reinhardt?
It's very much like the conversation after the man who murdered Laken Riley was convicted yesterday. Okay, he was found not guilty. We knew that was going to happen. What about the people that put him in Athens, Georgia? Are any of them guilty?
On them. After he risking it was a child endangerment charge and shoplifting, and they reward him and buy him. He didn't even have to pay for the ticket, Dan. Bought him a flight to Atlanta. So then he took a 45-minute bus ride to Athens. They paid for that too. Who the hell paid for that?
We did. This is Tom Homan reacting to that verdict to make that point and send a message to those guilty parties, maybe not under criminal law, but certainly they're morally responsible. I'm talking about the Pritzkers and the Johnsons and the other sanctuary state governors and sanctuary city mayors.
Because I've seen so much tragedy. I've talked to hundreds of angels and moms and dads who bury their children because they're killed by illegal alien. This is the latest. I've talked to little girls as young as 9 years old that were raped multiple times by members of cartel. When you look in her eyes and everything innocent and pure has been ripped from her soul, and her life will never be the same. I mean, it's just, I'm tired of it. And the government failed the Laken Riley family. Not only, if President Trump was president, he'd be sitting in Mexico in the Remain in Mexico program. And if he did get to New York and he was arrested for injury to a child in New York, ICE would be able to arrest him because the priorities under Trump were if you're in the country illegally, you're a target. But because Secretary Mayorkas put the priorities so low, even the injury to the child didn't meet the standards, so ICE could even place a detainer on him. So this is purely, it could have been prevented. This young lady's dead, and I want every mayor, every governor of a sanctuary jurisdiction to listen to that tape, listen to this young girl fight for her life, fight for her breath, trying to survive, terrified. Think of I want you to understand what she went through. Like the 9-year-old boy, that 5-year-old boy in the back of the tractor trailer that I held, I found him dead, that baked to death. I thought about what the last hour of his life was like. You need to listen to this tape. And for those governors and mayors that are saying they're going to stop Tom Homan, they're going to stop President Trump, shame on you. Your responsibility is protect your communities, and that's what we want to do, is protect your community.
Mm-hmm. Well, we need to take a holistic look at this. All the institutions, all the branches of government and their representatives. And some people need to be made an example of politically, professionally, perhaps criminally, or it's going to continue.
Well, there are more of them out there. That's the thing.
Dan and Amy, Chicago's Morning Answer.
This is Chicago's Morning Answer.
Your show keeps me alive during the week. There's nobody I'd rather listen to between 5 and 9 in the morning than you guys.
On AM 560, The Answer.
Amy Jacobson and Dan Proft here, and we want to tell you about our 2024 Food for the Poor campaign.
If you've listened to the station and to our show for any length of time, then you already know about Food for the Poor. They're a nonprofit, faith-based organization that provides food, water, medicine, clothing, and life-saving supplies directly to local partners in Latin America and the Caribbean.
We all know how bad the situation is right now in Latin America and the Caribbean.
For many families, the cost of food has simply become prohibitive, leading to sickness and starvation.
The only thing standing between these families and starvation is Food for the Poor. But in order to get this food to those who need it most, Food for the Poor needs your help. Your one-time gift of just $50 can provide life-saving food for a child for an entire year and provide their community with access to water.
To give a gift of any amount, just call 844-862-4673. That's 844-862-4673.
Or you can visit 560theanswer.com/foodforthepoor or just click on the Give Life banner.
AM 560, The Answer.
Coming up on Chicago's...
Hold on. A friend of mine reminded me there was a RGA meeting on Marco Island, not far from me, and Mike Braun was there. If I would have known, I would have thought of that. I would have gone over there and pulled him out of there and sent him on a flight back to D.C. Anyway, just a postscript on that. Coming up at 5:38, Bill O'Reilly has the drop on MSNBC and The View. There is separation anxiety with MSNBC and NBC and
CNBC.
Yeah, there's some things going on in big corporate media that you should be aware of. We'll discuss 5:38.
But now let's head into that newsroom. Here's Mike Scott.
30 degrees, wind gusts at 40 miles an hour, and snow this morning at 5:33. Ukraine says Russia has launched an ICBM overnight, targeting the Ukrainian city of Dnipro.
According to Ukraine, Russia has launched an intercontinental ballistic missile in the Ukrainian city of Dnipro. These weapons are capable of traveling thousands of miles and carrying nuclear warheads. There are a handful of injuries reported, and a rehab center for people with disabilities was said to be damaged. The statement from Ukraine's military doesn't make clear the intended target of the strike. Russia's alleged use of an ICBM comes after the United States and United Kingdom gave Ukraine permission to use long-range weapons against targets inside Russia. Jonathan Savage, Fox News.
A volcano in southwest Iceland spewing lava. Its 7th eruption since December of last year. Iceland's seismic monitors says it started with little warning yesterday. Major storm sweeping across the northwest U.S., battering the region with winds and rain. Falling trees have struck homes, killing at least 2. House Republicans have decided not to release an ethics report on sexual allegations lodged against former Congressman Matt Gaetz. President-elect Trump cheering the life sentence of a Venezuelan migrant who was convicted of killing a Georgia nursing student. Trump posting on Truth Social Wednesday, justice for Laken Riley. A judge in Georgia found the 26-year-old illegal immigrant Jose Ibarra guilty on all charges. Judge Patrick Haggard.
Count 1, malice murder. I sentence you to life without the possibility of parole.
Ibarra had crossed the border illegally in 2022. The Justice Department wants a federal court to force Google to sell off its popular Chrome browser as part of an antitrust case. It was mostly Chris Stapleton's night at the Country Music Association Awards. Stapleton won 4 times and took the stage to perform 3 times, but an absent Morgan Wallen won the biggest award, Entertainer of the Year. Drivers are experiencing slippery roads this morning in the Chicago area. National Weather Service says moderate to heavy snowfall and very gusty winds are expected. A Barrington man accused of killing the mother of his child over the weekend apparently struck her twice with a baseball bat before shooting her in the chest with a gun that he'd reported stolen. William Zentech was ordered held until trial on first-degree murder charges by Cook County Circuit Court Judge Ellen Mandeltort. But after court, defense attorney Thomas Glasgow said Zentech acted in self-defense and in self-defense of the girl.
He ended up making allegations of molestation while the child was in the custody of the deceased, that someone that is close to the deceased was the target of those allegations, and he reported that to the police the day before.
42-year-old Dr. Olga Dushan of Vernon Hills did have an order of protection against Zentech since 2021. His next court date is December 13. The Bulls lost to the Bucks 122-106. College hoops, the Fighting Illini hammered by number 7 Alabama 100-87. Also last night, Northern Illinois crushed by Elon, and UIC will take on James Madison later today. The news service of Valdecast Windows for the discerning homeowner looking for high-quality, professional-level window replacement service. Contact Valdecast Windows, your award-winning Platinum Elite Pella-certified contractor. Visit Valdecast.com. A check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Charlie Kirk explains what we're seeing from the left.
American-made missiles are now being shot into the interior of Russia. The American left would rather see the world burn and blow up the world than give up power. They are handing Donald Trump potentially nuclear war.
The Charlie Kirk Show. Afternoons at 1, right before Sebastian Gorka at 3 on AM 560. The Answer.
If you're self-employed and purchase your own health insurance, I have some great news. From now until January 15th, the health insurance exchanges are open again. And even if you've never qualified for a health insurance subsidy before, you most likely will now. The American Rescue Plan expanded subsidy eligibility to millions of Americans who have never qualified before, even to those with high income levels. And this year, you can purchase a PPO policy, which includes access to Northwestern Medical Group. Employers who provide small group coverage also have new options, and so do seniors looking for Medicare supplement coverage. Call me. I can help.
If you're tired of calling a bureaucrat at an 800 number to help you navigate Obamacare, then you need a local expert on your side. C. Stephen Tucker from healthinsurancementors.com is someone I know and trust. He's a 30-year licensed broker who's been educating our listeners for more than 10 years. Steve, how can our listeners get in touch with you?
Thanks, Dan. They can visit healthinsurancementors.com or call me directly at 630-674-1551. 630-674-1551.
Ho, ho, ho! Time to check the list.
Hey, Santa, you're looking a little rosier than usual.
Yeah, big guy. Is your blood pressure okay?
Gee, I hope so.
You know, you should drink 120 Life.
Totally. 120 Life is a natural way to help control blood pressure without the side effects of medication.
It's a delicious juice drink and powdered mix with natural ingredients like pomegranates and tart cherries.
It tastes great and is shown to work wonders for blood pressure.
Ho, ho! Best put 120 Life on my list.
Try 120 Life yourself, risk-free, with a 2-week trial pack. Order now. Go to 120life.com and use coupon code CHRISTMAS to save 15% and get free shipping. They're so sure it can noticeably lower your blood pressure in 2 weeks, they'll give you your money back if you're not satisfied. Lower blood pressure is the gift that keeps on giving. Order now to get the Christmas special of 15% savings and free shipping. That's 120life.com. Use coupon code CHRISTMAS at checkout.
This is Ed Morrissey of HotAir.com for Town Hall. Democrats spent the last 4 years shrieking about the necessity of obeying the law and accepting election results to, quote-unquote, save democracy. And now in Pennsylvania, Democrats have been openly flouting the law to include illegal ballots, and defeated Senate incumbent Bob Casey was supporting it. Several counties in Pennsylvania controlled by Democrats were including misdated or undated ballots to attempt to rescue Casey's seat. The state Supreme Court ruled that these ballots violate the law, which didn't stop Democrat Commissioner Dianne Ellis Marsilia. People violate laws anytime they want, she declared, while continuing to count the illegal ballots in Bucks County. So, the state Supreme Court had to weigh in again, commanding them to stop. What has democracy defender Bob Casey said about this? Nothing. The shenanigans need to stop. Until they do, Casey and Democrat attorney Mark Elias will keep trying to corrupt the process in a vain attempt to cling to public office. Isn't that what Democrats spent the last 4 years claiming Republicans would do?
Is thinning hair or a receding hairline making you self-conscious? Try Hair Grow from New Nordic. Stop feeling embarrassed about thinning hair and start feeling your best with Hair Grow.
541 Team Hochberg Traffic Center time. This update is service of Balance of Nature fruits and veggies in a capsule. Save 35% off your first preferred order with promo code Chicago at balanceofnature.com. Hurry, offer ends soon. On the Eisenhower, big trouble this morning. As you're traveling inbound, you have big delays near Mannheim Road. You've got a rollover accident. So the inbound on-ramp from Mannheim and the inbound off-ramp to Mannheim Road are both shut down right now as police are working with injuries there, and they're trying to right the semi this morning along the Eisenhower at Mannheim. I-65 Northwest Indiana, rollover semi, 2 left lanes are blocked, 2 semis and 2 cars involved. Northbounders, you're all jammed up between 137th and Crown Point. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next. Now, your official Chicagoland weather forecast. Windy and colder with snow, changing to rain by the afternoon, a high near 40. An evening rain or snow shower, otherwise clouds and windy with a low of 38. Right now, cloudy and 30 at O'Hare, 31 at Midway, 29 in Aurora, and 29 along Chicago's lakefront. Your next news update is at 6. Chicago's Morning Answer continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
Now, from the Signature Bank Studios.
Sing my share of broken halos, folding wings that used to fly.
Top of the morning, Dan and Amy. That's a great country song right there, Broken Halos. And since, as Mike Scott reported, Chris Stapleton cleaned up at the CMAs yesterday, I figured tribute to a current artist that is just a great musician. All right, Amy,
yeah.
you got a text from Judge Nowicki?
Well, no. Judge Nowinski.
Winsky, yes.
His this is the second time he's done this, where he's let a domestic violence person go, and they ended up killing somebody. Remember earlier this year, the sweet 11-year-old boy Jaden Perkins, he was stabbed to death by Corsetti Brand, and Corsetti Brand had an emergency protective order against him as well. The judge released him, for part of the Safety Act, and the next day he went and killed this 11-year-old boy and tried to kill his mother as well. So,
okay.
Well, I'm just saying this he's got a problem, this judge. He does not understand domestic violence.
Well, we have a problem, too, and it's called the Pritzker Purge Law. And So, I mean, to the extent that he feels his hands are tied, and to the extent prosecutors implored the judge to keep these individuals on pretrial detention, I mean, those are all questions that I would have.
Okay, well, say you're Judge Nowinski and you hear this, that this man, Judge, Your Honor, this man, he approached this woman in the alley. He beat her down. He threw her to the ground, and he tried to drag her into his vehicle before she escaped by the grace of God. And he doesn't, and they're begging him to put him behind bars until his trial. And the judge says, no, just give him electronic monitoring.
If the prosecution implored him to keep that individual behind bars pending trial, then if I was that judge, I would keep that individual behind bars pending trial. And if the defense wants to appeal and I get overturned on appeal on the pretrial detention piece, then so be it. I mean, you have to do what you know to be true and consistent with the spirit of the law and consistent with your job as an officer of the court and an integral part of the criminal justice system to keep people safe. And I mean, I think like the whole coterie of leftists is in this conversation. This is what I'm saying. So accountability politically, professionally, perhaps criminally, up and down the food chain, including the people that write the laws that instigate the lawlessness. So Nowinski is part of the conversation, but so is Fox, and so is Evans, and so is Johnson and Pritzker and Welch and Harmon. They all are. And we like to just focus on, we like to scapegoat. You know, the Chicago Press Corps likes to just try to drive us all to scapegoat one individual to the exclusion of the people that are truly, fundamentally, structurally responsible. Oh, and I forgot Madigan and Burke, who appoint all these judges effectively. All of them. That all need to be in the conversation. Otherwise, we're not having a real one. That's my point.
CWB pointing out that this Jefferson Park case with the man murder-suicide, he's the 29th person accused of killing or shooting or trying to kill or shoot someone in Chicago this year while having a felony case pending.
It's the same. It's the same conversation Tom Homan was having with Laura Ingraham yesterday. It's all preventable crime. What we've been talking about for years, preventable crime. But without accountability, there will be more victims. That you can bet on. All right, I want to get to this other matter of MSNBC's pending demise. This is really interesting. Comcast announcing yesterday it's going to spin off several NBC Universal cable networks, including MSNBC and, oh heavens, Oprah's Oxygen Network, in a move that will shake up the landscape. Well, that's sure to be sure.
Seismic.
It might be shaking up some of the personnel and shaking up some of the salaries over at MSNBC too. And this is fun to watch because, as we talked about a bit yesterday, they're at Morning Joe and MSNBC, but particularly Morning Joe because of their pilgrimage to Mar-a-Lago to genuflect before Trump and say, please talk to us again, which is really what they did, despite their attempt to say, we told him where we disagree, but we said we're willing to reopen the conversation. Yeah, you were dictating to him. That's comical.
For social status.
Rosie O'Donnell.
Oh, boy. She's
now
a real
done
looker
it.
these days.
When you lose Rosie O'Donnell, if you're Morning Joe.
Hold, please. So Mika and Joe went down to Mar-a-Lago to kiss the ring. It's the last time I ever watched Morning Joe. Period. End of statement.
It's not the end of
Unreal.
The statement. There it is.
Unreal. For months you were telling us he's the worst thing that could happen to this country and democracy. And then you go kiss his ring? Despicable. Despicable you. Both of you.
I think Rosie should try the filtered cigarettes in the morning, too. I mean, that voice. Ugh. Gee, wow. Anyway, so that's Rosie, and some on the left, they're none too happy with Morning Joe's desperate play to stay relevant, stay employed, stay handsomely paid. Because if you believe Bill O'Reilly's take on this, things are about to change substantially at a place like MSNBC, and it may not be the only show and the only network where change is afoot. This was O'Reilly on with Fredo Cuomo talking about this occurrence.
So they're uncoupling their word, Comcast, MSNBC from NBC News. That means MSNBC has no resources at all. None. They're not going to be able to pay these people millions of dollars, Rachel Maddow, whatever she's making. NBC News is saying, we don't want you around. Why? Because NBC News' numbers, Lester Holt and the Today Show, are catastrophe because half the country equates NBC News with MSNBC and they won't watch. So NBC is desperately trying to save the mothership of information, and they have to throw MSNBC overboard. They're not putting anything into MSNBC. They want to sell it. So where's Georgie Soros now? Georgie's buying radio stations. You can get MSNBC for nothing. They'll give it to you. They don't want any more of this. Why? Because it's hateful. Not because it's so far left. The whole NBC Comcast hierarchy is far left. But it's hateful. They hate Trump. They hate people who vote for Trump. Yep. Everybody knows that. And you know what's next? The View. ABC News is going to have to cut ties with The View. And you saw that today or yesterday when Sonny Hostin had to read a legal statement in the middle of a segment. The lawyers get Whoopi Goldberg's ear and it said, we're bringing a statement in on a teleprompter. She reads it. So it is over for these far left networks. Done, never coming back. Dracula's stake in the heart.
Oh. And here was that Sonny Hostin statement mid-show. She might as well have had a gun pointed to her head when she was reading this.
On screen. Sonny, you have a legal note.
I do have a legal note. Thank you, Whoopi. Matt Gaetz has long denied all allegations, calling the claims, quote, invented, and saying in a statement to ABC News that this false smear following a 3-year criminal investigation should be viewed with great skepticism. That DOJ investigation was closed with no charges being brought.
We'll be right back.
Coming up next. Nothing to see here.
I mean, that was
great.
That was something. Wow. So to O'Reilly's point, there is change afoot. And I don't think that statement that ABC lawyers forced Sonny Hostin to read was necessarily all about concern about a defamation claim. I think it was just concern about the market position of that show, and it's consistent with the news out earlier this week that the View is looking for a more Trump-friendly panelist to add to their coven of leftists there.
You would look great on that set with.
Oh yeah, man. Yeah, we'd get along famously.
Can you imagine having a team of attorneys on the set or nearby, because she had to eat crow yesterday because the allegations she made against him were false because she didn't pass them off as allegations. She didn't say, allegedly this happened. She just said that it happened, that he illicit drugs and having sex with a 17-year-old girl. No attribution, nothing. So that's why minutes later she had to read that. And you're right. She did look like she had a gun to her head. She was pissed and she was eating crow, and I loved it.
And she's supposed to be some renowned attorney. She's an officer of the court. She's not. She is an attorney. That's fine. But she's, if you've had indulged her for any extended period of time, you find her to be just another talking points apparatchik, repeating the same bilge that you hear on MSNBC. I'm surprised she doesn't have her own show over there. Maybe before all is said and done, she will. Yeah. Maybe I could pick up MSNBC if they're giving it away. We could reformat that lineup.
We can change it. Somebody texted in saying, take over MSNBC, turn it into a conservative station, and bring back Tucker Carlson.
You could. I don't know. MSNBC is necessarily the platform, but at some point there needs to be a competitor to Fox, maybe that's an opportunity, because right now in the immortal worlds of Ben Folds, MSNBC is a brick and NBC is drowning slowly, to paraphrase. And it's really interesting what O'Reilly said. I think that sounds right, and based on the news reporting you're getting. Fox News Digital had a piece on this, and just talking about the disconnect between staff and the bosses. But I mean, the idea that there's disconnect there. Well, if there's such a disconnect between the bosses and the staff, then they're, I don't know which it is. I don't know if they're all far left and it's just the hateful quotient that Bill O'Reilly was talking about, or if there are some that are just like, we have to figure out something to modulate our content where it's not just all sort of the hyperventilating end is near race hustle, identitarian propaganda, throughout the entirety of the broadcast day.
Do you know how miserable they were yesterday? They started the show, and things are going wrong. The teleprompter went down, and Whoopi Goldberg's like, there's just something in the air. And Joey Behar says, no, we are miserable because Trump won. I hate this. I don't like this. I mean, what?
Well,
that's how they started their show.
Yeah, well, they're man-hating shrews. That's what they do. Listen to this. The Fox News Digital, some staffer spoke on the condition of anonymity. Well, let me get to it in a second. Brian in St. John, Indiana. You're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Hey, good morning. I'm one of the most anti-media people out there. This is actually really enjoyable to watch, but to speak about individuals, I don't know when the clip is actually from, but I think I saw it yesterday. Chris Cuomo was on the Patrick Bet-David show at some point, and you may have seen it, but, he's Mr. Unbiased Journalist also, and they were talking about the horse tranquilizers that he was talking about with Don Lemon a few months or years ago, whatever.
Ivermectin.
And he was denying, I didn't say that. And they played the clip right in front of him, and it was just enjoyable to watch. That's all I got. Bye.
Thanks for the call, Brian. Well, there have been so many great moments, kind of, sort of. This staffer. What is MSNBC going to be editorially? I would say some people are probably relieved that probably Comcast and NBC will have less to do with that, because if you look at the kerfuffles over the last year with Mika and Joe and with Ronna McDaniel, it was all out of sync with our viewers, and our hosts, our reporters are out of sync with our bosses. Well, if everybody's out of sync and you're out of sync with your audience because you're hemorrhaging viewership, and you've just got more out of sync after at least Morning Joe did with that re-engagement effort to re-engage with Trump, then as both Joe and Mika apparently said yesterday, you never know when the axe is going to fall.
And she even said it could
true.
be today.
It's true.
Yes.
That's the nature of the business. I mean, and that goes for us too. I mean, that is the nature of the business. It's a fickle business. It's a fickle populace, and
but can you imagine?
Their base viewership. They've made them so. They're so hysterical, and they're so tunneled off from reality that you deviate from the orthodoxy that you've helped to impose, and you feel the repercussions. And so that's what's happening to Morning Joe and to the network to a large extent right now.
Well, what would our viewers or listeners think if you, Dan, met with Governor Pritzker for 90 minutes and, made amends and said, we'll have him on the show? No,
there's no amends. I mean, we've said this, open invitation. We want the left on this show. Not because they're going to be treated with kid gloves, because I want people to hear the arguments and the ideas, or the lack thereof, side by side. We always open. Brandon Johnson, anytime you want to come on. Tony Preckwinkle, Pritzker,
Lightfoot,
Harmon, Welch, Triple Threat, anybody. But I'm not. Yeah, but there's not going to be any genuflecting before them or the Republicans, for that matter. That's the difference.
We're not going to meet with him and say, what can we do better?
Yeah.
Because I think that's what they were doing.
Give me
and
some,
they just want the Christmas card invitation. They want to be sure that they go to the New Year's Eve party. And
Yeah, I want to go to the governor's ball.
Yeah.
Right. Tony, Southside.
Good morning, Amy, Lamb, and Dan. So, first of all, new administration, new term, new name. The Marmalade Messiah. Okay, go with that.
As opposed to Tangerine Jesus? Okay.
Yeah.
Marmalade Messiah.
Switch it up. Marmalade Messiah. So anyway, real quick, what's your opinion on Newsmax? I find them refreshing. I mean, they have like people from the far left. They had that dude from Young Turks on Rob Schmidt's show yesterday talking about some stuff. They got Dershowitz on there. They're pretty balanced. I mean, of course they slant, right, far right, but still, it seems like they got receipts to back up everything they do. What's your opinion on them?
I don't think Newsmax is the answer. Thanks for the call. In terms of competing with Fox. I mean, Chris Ruddy is too much of an establishment creature. That's part of the problem, the founder of Newsmax. I just think that the presentation is a little schlocky. I think some of the hosts are, just not particularly compelling. They're not particularly good. I mean, I see the same thing sort of with News Nation and Newsmax. I just don't think they have it right. No, they may, make alterations and get there, but I don't think they're there at this point. All right.
Oh, yeah.
We'll be back.
We will. It is now 6 a.m. WIND Chicago.
Skeletons in the closet. I'm Chris Foster, Fox News. Republicans on the House Ethics Committee blocked the release of a report on Attorney General nominee Matt Gaetz and allegations of sexual misconduct and drug use. The former congressman has been meeting with senators voting on his confirmation, some of whom want to see that report.
I'll be honest with you, I've been focused on what we got to do to reform the Department of Justice. I've been meeting with senators. I haven't been paying much attention to that.
Meantime, Monterey, California police released a report on accusations in 2017 that Defense Secretary nominee Pete Hesketh sexually assaulted a woman in a hotel room at a Republican women's conference. The report says the woman remembers saying no a lot, but not much else, and thinks something may have been slipped into her drink. Hesketh has said what happened was consensual. He was never charged with a crime and paid the woman to stop a lawsuit and protect his job as a Fox News Channel host. There's another escalation in the Russia-Ukraine war.
According to Ukraine, Russia has launched an intercontinental ballistic missile at the Ukrainian city of Dnipro. These weapons are capable of traveling thousands of miles and carrying nuclear warheads. There are a handful of injuries reported, and a rehab center for people with disabilities was said to be damaged.
Fox's Jonathan Savage. The Justice Department wants a court to force Google to sell its Chrome internet browser.
The request comes after the government won an antitrust case against Google this year, and it's expected to lead to a huge legal battle. The DOJ left the door open to requiring Google to also divest Android, but requested the company be prevented from giving preferential search access to Android OS users. Carmen Roberts, Fox News.
A fourth person has died after drinking tainted alcohol in Laos. A 19-year-old woman from Australia. Her friend is hospitalized. An American tourist and two from Denmark have also died, and the U.S. State Department's investigating. Several other people are reported to have been sickened in a town popular with backpackers. America's listening to Fox News.
30 degrees, gusty winds, snow showers in the Chicago area. At 6:02 on AM 560, The Answer. Good morning, everyone. I'm Mike Scott. A judge is under fire for releasing a man before he was accused of killing his estranged wife in Chicago's Portage Park neighborhood. Judge Thomas Nowinski released Konstantin Beldy on electronic monitoring in October following a prior attack on his wife, Lakramora Beldy. His release came 6 weeks before police say he stabbed his wife to death in the 5600 block of West Leland. Also, an off-duty Chicago police detective was injured while trying to stop the attack. Konstantin was later found dead in a nearby vehicle. 3 people are dead after a vehicle struck a train in Harvey. Authorities say all 3 victims were in the vehicle that collided with that train after bypassing down crossing gates at 153rd and Park Avenue. A longtime foot soldier for Michael Madigan testifying against him in the former Illinois House Speaker's racketeering trial at the Dirksen Federal Building. Ed Moody testified yesterday that Madigan arranged for him to receive a consulting contract from ComEd worth nearly $350,000 without doing any work for the utility. Indiana National Guard General Dale Lyles says soldiers in the state are ready to help if asked with mass deportations. Lyles yesterday saying that while the National Guard actually works for the governor, they are trained and prepared for such operations. Illinois Republicans are praising President-elect Donald Trump's pick to lead the U.S. Department of Education. Democrats are critical, including Governor J.B. Pritzker.
Great, but what about, are we going to require that special education is a part of what school districts are offering? Because that is what the federal government has been doing, and frankly, we need more, not less.
Wednesday, State Representative Blaine Wilhauer said Trump's proposal brings education more local.
Local people determining what's best for local students. And anytime we can get that closer to home, it's going to be better for everybody.
Trump will take office on January 20th. The Bulls could not contain Giannis Antetokounmpo in a 122-106 loss to the Bucks. Giannis had 41, Zach LaVine 27 in the losing effort. The Bears could be without their starting running back in Week 12, DeAndre Swift. Missed practice yesterday with a bad groin injury. Yesterday, the Cubs trade for Guardians reliever Eli Morgan. Morgan had a 1.93 ERA in 32 appearances with Cleveland last year. The news, a service of Quick Delivery Service. When you need reliable same-day delivery to clients, Quick Delivery will customize a logistics plan to pick it up and move it safely to its destination. Trust their 40 years of experience for peace of mind. Get a quote at quickdelivery.com. A check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Larry Elder sees a big battle for Trump.
One of the many things Donald Trump says is that we're going to take a fresh look at the 14th Amendment that some people say means an illegal alien born on American soil is an automatic American citizen. This is going to be very interesting next several years. The pushback is going to be absolutely incredible.
The Larry Elder Show, weeknights at 8, right before Sean Hannity at 10 on AM 560. The Answer.
Amy Jacobson and Dan Proft here, and we want to tell you about our 2024 Food for the Poor campaign.
If you've listened to the station and to our show for any length of time, then you already know about Food for the Poor. They are a nonprofit, faith-based organization that provides food, water, medicine, clothing, and life-saving supplies directly to local partners in Latin America and the Caribbean.
We all know how bad the situation is right now in Latin America and the Caribbean.
For many families, the cost of food has simply become prohibitive, leading to sickness and starvation.
The only thing standing between these families and starvation is Food for the Poor. But in order to get this food to those who need it most, Food for the Poor needs your help. Your one-time gift of just $50 can provide life-saving food for a child for an entire year and provide their community with access to water.
To give a gift of any amount, just call 844-862-4673. That's 844-862-4673.
Or you can visit 560theanswer.com/foodforthepoor or just click on the Give Life banner.
I know it's hard to believe, but Christmas is right around the corner. And if you're thinking about what gift to get the firearms enthusiast that may be on your list this year, I highly recommend. I love this company. The rifles, the shotguns, the revolvers, made right here in America by our friends at Henry Repeating Arms. Now, they've got 200 models to choose from, a wide variety of calibers and styles and prices, and you cannot go wrong with any of them. They're a great company. The easiest way to check out Henry's Firearms is to get a copy of their free holiday gift guide. Just go to their website. It's henryusa.com. Click on the catalog button in the top right-hand corner. They will mail the gift guide and a few decals, and it won't cost you a penny. So if you want to put something made in America under your Christmas tree, make sure you order the free gift guide and get free decals from Henry USA today. That's henryusa.com for a free gift guide and decals. henryusa.com. You're going to love this company. I love this company.
Every so often in medicine, something comes along that is truly revolutionary.
Dr. Mitchell Scheinkup, former orthopedic surgeon, now National Medical Director at QC Kinetics.
I believe this is one of those things.
Dr. Scheinkup is talking about regenerative medicine, something he's practiced, researched, and written about for nearly 2 decades.
The old ways of dealing with joint pain, such as steroids and surgery, are no longer the best ways.
If you have pain from arthritis or injury, you owe it to yourself to learn more about this exciting option, using your own body's natural power to get lasting relief. And there's no better place to learn than QC Kinetics.
There is no one in this country today with more clinics, more satisfied patients, more advanced protocols, or more experience in using this exciting option to deliver life-changing results.
Call QC Kinetics now for your free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 312-809-5955. That's 312-809-5955. 312-809-5955.
6:08. Let's get an update on the roads. Team Hochberg Traffic Center time, a service of Papa Nicholas Coffee, a Chicagoland tradition for over 5 generations. Hot air roasted locally and cold blended in small batches to ensure premium quality. Online at papanicholas.com. The ICAT 31, not too bad, but when you get near Mannheim, it's all jammed up because the inbound on-ramp from Mannheim and the inbound off-ramp to Mannheim are shut down due to an accident from northbound Mannheim Road, and those on and off ramps are shut down as well. Lots of emergency equipment on that scene. I-57 Kankakee, accident right shoulder northbound at Wilmington Peatone Road, and I-65 northbound, you've got 2 left lanes shut down between 137th and 231 in Crown Point, with an ongoing cleanup of an accident between 2 semis and 2 cars. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next. AM 560 Weather Center forecast with Steve Williams.
Some snow. It'll be increasingly windy. We're looking for 1 to 3 inches. That snow changing over to rain later on today. The high 40. Evening rain or snow shower in spots tonight. Otherwise clouds and windy. Low 38. Cloudy breezy tomorrow. The high 45. I'm Steve Williams on AM 560, The Answer.
30 at O'Hare. Next news at 6:30. Chicago's Morning Answer continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by IDT. Eliminate paper files with the IoT Smart Connected Scanning Device. Find them at ready4IDT.com.
Now, from the Signature Bank Studios, this is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560, The Answer.
Top of the morning, Dan and Amy. Let's talk a little bit about Trump's cabinet, his cabinet nominations to date. And some of the selections he's made that we've been discussing that are perceived as controversial, that will be the subject of intense vetting that's ongoing and will continue for the next 2 months, no question.
I don't want to hear about it anymore.
Well, Nikki Haley wants you to. You're good. You're
My
friend
girl.
Nikki Haley, your girl.
My gal pal. Well, I've done an event with her. She's lovely. You've done an event with her, too.
So have I,
you?
yeah. I know. It's wonderful. It's wonderful to do events. Nikki Haley took the opportunity of her show on Sirius that she co-hosts with a former staffer of hers at I think when she was U.S. ambassador to the UN. And by the way, your buddy Matt Whitaker.
Yeah, he got a job, UN ambassador to NATO.
U.S. ambassador.
U.S. ambassador, excuse me.
Yes,
U.S. ambassador
to NATO.
to NATO.
Yeah, how about that? Boy, Iowa boy makes good.
Go Hawks.
Nikki Haley talking about two of the controversial, quote-unquote, nominees that Trump has advanced, raising concerns, reviewing the record. RFK Jr. and Tulsi Gabbard were her foci. Here is her riff on RFK Jr. and his record when contemplating his ascension to Secretary of HHS.
So who is RFK Jr.? He's not a health guy. He has raised questions about what's in our food and the chemicals that are there, and I am right there with him. I agree that we need more transparency when it comes to our foods. We need more transparency when it comes to vaccinations. But those are his views. That's not his background. He is not educated, trained, or practiced in health at all. He has spent his entire career as a trial lawyer, an environmental lawyer, and a liberal Democrat. Here's some things he's fought for in his career. He is anti-nuclear energy, anti-coal, anti-oil. He has sued multiple American companies. And Kennedy called the U.S. federal government, quote, America's biggest polluter. He said the very wealthy people should pay more taxes and corporations should pay more taxes. He supported Elizabeth Warren's wealth tax plan. He said he would consider admitting Russia into NATO and de-escalating tensions with China. Now, I want you to think about that for a second. When during COVID, we talked about how 90% of our medications were coming from China and how dependent we are. He wants us to de-escalate tensions. And NATO is an alliance put together to counter Russia. The idea that he would want to put Russia in it. I'm just letting you know where his views are on this. He supports AOC's Green New Deal. He said politicians who don't act on climate change serve special interests and sell out our public trust. RFK Jr., our possible future Health Human Services appointee, endorsed Al Gore, John Kerry, Hillary Clinton, and Barack Obama. He said just this past year that he and Trump's positions, quote, could not be further apart. He is strongly pro-choice. He wants to go back to Roe v. Wade standards and allow abortion up until the time of birth. Those are health issues. On pharma, Trump promised to deregulate. RFK wants more oversight over pharma. I understand he wants to raise awareness on chemicals in food and vaccinations. But then let him be a health advisor. Why are we putting someone that's so ideologically opposed to Donald Trump's views and Republican views? Why do we want to do that?
Why do we want to do that? 312-642-5600, turnkey.pro, answer line and text line. What do you say to Nikki Haley's argument, essentially, against RFK Jr. as the HHS secretary?
Well, do you think he's pulling one over on Trump? That he presented himself in a way that he wasn't? I mean, people can change. I used to be a Democrat, and I would never vote for a Democrat as long as I live. And obviously he was a liberal Democrat. I mean,
I think he still is. I don't think that's really changed. I mean, he got kicked out of his own party, basically, but
that's right.
I don't think that's necessarily changed. The phrase that I focus in on that Nikki Haley used, and by the way, I mean, her characterization of RFK Jr.'s record is not inaccurate.
No, it's not. This is not misinformation by any means.
But the phrase that she used where she said that Trump and RFK Jr.'s views are diametrically opposed, quoting RFK Jr., couldn't be farther from one another. Yeah, I think that's generally true with two exceptions, the two that she mentioned, basically food and pharma, the Make America Healthy Again aspect of RFK Jr.'s platform or raison d'etre as a candidate and a public figure. And I've said this before about the RFK Jr. pick and just RFK Jr. in the tent. And the same goes with Tulsi Gabbard, who we'll get to in a second. In their lane. Trump, I mean, this is nothing that Nikki Haley said comes as a surprise to me or anybody who's paid attention to RFK Jr., even if it's just recent. And I'm assuming the conversation was, and Trump has made this reference on the stump, too, when talking about RFK Jr. We agree on some things, we disagree on some things. On the environmental stuff, I got to keep him away from that. Exactly. He's not an energy policy guy. He's not going to be. We're going to focus on where we agree. We're going to focus on that piece about agency capture, pharma controlling the agencies that are supposed to provide oversight, the revolving door between these agencies and pharma, like Scott Gottlieb being FDA commissioner and then being on the board of Pfizer, that sort of thing. I think the big corporations, the agency capture issue, the legitimate conversation about what's in our food, about mass processed food, about big ag, those are all centers of attention in and of themselves. That's a big undertaking in and of itself. You think the lobbyist from food industry is just going to sit back or pharma is just going to sit back and let RFK Jr. have a run of the field? No, those are going to be massive fights to reform those agencies from within and to reestablish the relationship between regulators and the regulated. So if he focuses there, I don't think we necessarily have a problem because I think there's an intersection of views. If he's allowed to get too far afield, or if he starts to chime in on disagreements that he has with the president on energy policy, for example, well, then we'll have or the life issue of judges he nominates, well, then we'll have a problem. So, I mean, I guess my point is to say I'll give him the benefit of the doubt and Trump the benefit of the doubt in suggesting that they probably have an understanding of where he needs to focus, and he needs to stay focused in those Maha areas, for lack of a better handle. Ralph and Rantoul, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Yeah, good morning. I agree. I think that it's a campaign promise. I mean, RFK Jr. helped bring some votes, presumably, and Trump is fulfilling a promise. And so I'm sure that they have some sort of agreement, handshake or not, and RFK Jr. I mean, I would think it would all be worth it if they could get that disgusting piece of filth, Fauci, prosecuted. I mean, I read his book. It's a doorstop, and there's no doubt that RFK Jr. remains a Massachusetts liberal. I mean, he's a liberal in every sense. He's not changed his stripes, but if he can be a useful tool to clean out some of the feculence that's embedded in those agencies and maybe even get rid of a couple, and that would be terrific. I think it would help save the country from a lot of bad legislation. There's a lot of dumb stuff in our foods. Dan, Amy, explain to me this. I know that one of your advertisers always has some interesting nutritional, not claims, but like feel-good sounds. How many servings of whatever are we supposed to eat? Have you ever figured that out? Am I supposed to, 15 servings of vegetables and 8 servings. I mean, how big is this pile of stuff that we're supposed to eat every day to get all of our servings? I've never been able to figure that out, and I'm sure that it's killing me.
Wasn't it 3 servings a day of fruits and vegetables?
One of the great mysteries. Thanks for the call, Ralph. Yeah, and then 2 servings of Captain Crunch or something like that. I don't know.
Don't have more than 2 cups of coffee and then have blah, 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 blah. They change the rules all the time. Red wine's good for you. Red wine's bad for you. In moderation. Right. Blah.
No more than 5 shots of tequila, something like that. I can't remember all of the strictures. But right, the other piece of what she said about, RFK, he's not sort of a trained public health professional.
He's not. I like that, though.
Well, I mean,
shake things up.
Not that this is the standard, but, the outgoing HH Secretary Becerra from California is a lawyer, too.
Exactly.
I mean, so it's not like this is sort of unprecedented that you don't have somebody with a formal public health background as HHS Secretary. You're running, as she noted, an agency with 80,000 employees.
You're in charge of the CDC and NIH.
Right, and the NIH piece is the other thing I wanted to mention, because if, and I hope it's soon, that Trump confirms that Dr. Jay Bhattacharya from Stanford is going to be his NIH director, then there's another nice synergy there, because there's a third prong to the MAHA movement, which is bringing real science and the scientific method back, and transparency and public disclosure, and not cutting off dissent and debate. And nobody is better positioned to advance that flag than Dr. Jay Bhattacharya. So I think he and RFK Jr. would work well together on that topic.
Wouldn't that be glorious? Oh, I just pray for that to happen.
Mitchell Desplaines.
Yeah, good morning. First of all, I think RFK is a threat to the establishment is because he wants to include clinical trials, all 3 phases, clinical trials with the COVID, which they did not do at all. So essentially, Pfizer and Moderna are pushing the COVID vaccine without going through phase 1, phase 2, and phase 3 of the clinical trials. Essentially, we're guinea pigs. Okay, when you get a flu shot, you check the manufacturer, and you go down the rabbit hole of finding out where their clinical trials are. And the vapid-minded Democrats, can't figure this out. So RFK is like, look, hey, everybody, I'm not against vaccines. I'm just basically saying I want to explain, or I want to put together a foundation where they are held accountable to use the exact same standards as those pharmaceuticals that you take every day, whatever modality that you're being treated, the same standards as these stupid vaccines. Because the problem is that the unintended consequences of the side effect profiles on these vaccines are seriously problematic. So if you think for a second that myocarditis or these heart murmurs or people that basically are getting what I call blood clots, Moderna, is going through a class action suit in the Netherlands because they admitted in full disclosure that they knew about these clots. And they said, forget it. We're going to go ahead and do it anyway. Pfizer wanted to lock up their side effect profile on their vaccines for 75 years, just like the Warren Commission. And the Supreme Court said, no way. So I have a good idea. Why don't you just line up to your next CVS or Walgreens and become the guinea pig because of the facts that are unknown? That is the passion that RFK is bringing back to common sense in terms of pharmaceuticals and how medications are basically treated with the standard. Do you hear what I'm saying here, Daddy-O?
I got it.
Daddy-O.
We delved into Pulp Fiction there, but yeah, no, I got it, and I think Nikki Haley perhaps is significantly more sympathetic to Big Pharma than is RFK Jr. or even Trump. Just speaking on that, the studies that keep coming out. This was announced last week. I wanted to just at least mention it. A study entitled "Excess Cardiopulmonary Arrest and Mortality After COVID-19 Vaccination in King County, Washington." And here's what they found. Approximately 98% of the King County population received at least one dose of the COVID vaccine by 2023. As of August 2nd of this year, there have been approximately 589,000 confirmed COVID cases in King County. In cases of obvious death upon EMS arrival increased by almost 20% in 2020, 36% in 21, 53% in 22, compared to the 27 to 2019 average, which was significantly lower. What they find is a 25% increase in total cardiopulmonary arrests and a 25% increase in cardiopulmonary arrest mortality from 2020 to 2023. So the upshot is excess fatal cardiopulmonary arrests were estimated to have increased by 1,236% from 2020 to 2023, rising from 11 excess deaths in 2020 to 147 excess deaths in 2023. A quadratic increase in excess cardiopulmonary arrest mortality was observed with higher COVID-19 vaccination rates. The general population of King County sharply declined by a little less than 1% in 2021, deviating from the expected population size. So applying our model from these data to the entire United States to extrapolate, that would mean almost 50,000 excess fatal cardiopulmonary arrests from 2021 to 2023. And the conclusion is a significant ecological and temporal association between excess fatal cardiopulmonary arrests and the COVID-19 vaccination campaign. So they're asserting a correlation there. This is the kind of research and conversation it generates, and fine, people out there want to look at the methodology and challenge it or try to replicate the study. Let's do it. And if that's the posture that we get at HHS and by extension CDC and NIH, that will be 180 degrees from where we were. I mean, remember this. Remember, this is circulating again, and it's timely because we can't let this go. Remember what was originally projected in terms of the mortality rate and how this was used to foment fear and hysteria and by extension compliance with anything that came from the mouth of Tony Fauci or the public health establishment?
The new warning from the World Health Organization, the death rate from the coronavirus is rising.
3.4% is higher.
Twice as deadly as previous estimates.
3.4%. State of emergency.
Well, I think the 3.4% is really a false number. Based on a lot
and there you have Trump challenging it, the hysteria that they were attempting to induce and did, in fact.
That's when I became hysterical. and became a COVIDian.
And in fact, what did it end up being?
0.1% or something?
Yeah, about the same as the flu. It's
Yeah.
a seasonal flu.
I mean, with what that, I don't even want to go there, but what they put us through and our children through, they will never be forgiven for that.
Right. And
no
so,
COVID amnesty ever.
So to the extent that RFK Jr. is as candid about his views, some views I find evidence-free and silly, but other views in the under the Maha umbrella, if you will, to the extent that he maintains his candor and he works constructively with whoever Trump puts at CDC and NIH in furtherance of those imperatives, then, I'm open-minded. I'll give the guy a chance, even though he's a Democrat. Dan and Amy, Chicago's Morning Answer.
Before you see it on TV, share it on Facebook, or read about it in the paper. Hear it here first. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
If you're living with chronic joint pain in your knees, hips, lower back, and shoulders, I've got exciting news for you.
Emmett Smith, all-time rushing leader and Hall of Famer.
Now you can get relief from pain without harmful medications and surgery. Call my guys at QC Kinetics. QC Kinetics specializes in biologic therapies that can repair and restore damaged tissue. I'm talking about natural pain treatments now available, not just for pro athletes, but to people like you.
At QC Kinetics, we're seeing patients every day who suffer from chronic joint pain but who desperately wanted to avoid surgery. We're treating joint pain with biologic therapies, regenerative solutions with long-lasting results.
Listen, it's all about getting your life back. Playing touch football with kids, walking upstairs pain-free, getting back on a job, and patients at QC Kinetics are raving about the results.
QC Kinetics. Call to learn more about restorative treatments that can get you back in the game.
Call QC Kinetics, 312-809-5955. That's 312-809-5955. 312-809-5955.
Amy Jacobson and Dan Proft here, and we want to tell you about our 2024 Food for the Poor campaign.
If you've listened to this station and to our show for any length of time, then you already know about Food for the Poor. They are a nonprofit, faith-based organization that provides food, water, medicine, clothing, and life-saving supplies directly to local partners in Latin America and the Caribbean.
We all know how bad the situation is right now in Latin America and the Caribbean.
For many families, the cost of food has simply become prohibitive, leading to sickness and starvation.
The only thing standing between these families and starvation is Food for the Poor. But in order to get this food to those who need it most, Food for the Poor needs your help. Your one-time gift of just $50 can provide life-saving food for a child for an entire year and provide their community with access to water.
To give a gift of any amount, just call 844-862-4673. That's 844-862-4673.
Or you can visit 560theanswer.com/food for the poor, or just click on the Give Life banner.
AM 560. The Answer.
There he is. Sultry stylings of Chris Stapleton. Yes.
Amazing. All right, coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
At 6:36, we'll talk to Wisconsin Senator Ron Johnson about, what else? The confirmation process. 6:36, Senator Ron Johnson.
And now into the newsroom we go. Here's Mike Scott.
6:32, light snow and 30 degrees. Ukraine says Russia launched an ICBM at the country, a claim that at least one Western official is denying. That official told ABC News the missile aimed at the southeast city of Dnipro was a regular ballistic missile. Florida man is under arrest for allegedly plotting to bomb the New York Stock Exchange. Court documents say Haroon Malik Yenner of Coral Springs, Florida, wanted to reset the U.S. government. Yenner got on the FBI's radar back in February after agents received a tip he was storing bomb-making schematics in a storage unit. The results of a House Ethics Committee investigation into former Congressman Matt Gaetz is not being released. Pennsylvania Congresswoman Susan Wild, the panel's ranking Democrat.
There was no consensus on this issue. We did agree that we would reconvene as a committee on December 5th.
President-elect Trump's pick to be Attorney General has been facing accusations of sexual misconduct. Last night, Connecticut women's basketball coach Gino Auriemma picked up the most wins in college basketball history. The record broken last night with number 2 UConn throttled Fairleigh Dickinson 85-41. Win number 1,217 for the coach. He breaks the women's record set by Stanford's Tara Vanderveer. Men's coaching leader, the retired Mike Krzyzewski, only has 1,202. Drivers could experience very slippery roads this morning in the Chicago area with that moderate to heavy snowfall. There are major traffic problems this morning. We'll have an update on that in just a moment. A judge is under fire for releasing a man before he was accused of killing his estranged wife in Chicago's Portage Park neighborhood. The judge in that case, Thomas Nowinski, released Konstantin Beldy on electronic monitoring in October, following a prior attack on his wife, Lacramora Beldy. The release came 6 weeks before police say he stabbed his wife to death in the 5600 block of West Leland. An off-duty Chicago police detective was injured while trying to stop that attack. Konstantin was later found dead in a nearby vehicle. Chicago sports. Bulls lost to the Bucks last night, 122-106. Blackhawks take on Florida tonight. College hoops, number 20 Fighting Illini were stomped by number 7 Alabama, 100-87. The news, a service of AlmostFreeTeeth.com. What if you could save an average of 90% for dental implants and get 100% of your smile back? With the Blue Cross Blue Shield PPO or FEP, it's possible. Check if you qualify at AlmostFreeTeeth.com. A check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Dr. Sebastian Gorka looks forward to January.
Tom Homan is coming out of the faucet. You open a faucet, he's on Fox, he's on Newsmax. He's out there. Does it tell you about Tom Homan that everybody else who's been nominated, not in the media, just behind the scenes, in transition, doing work for the boss? Tom Homan is already out there.
America First with Dr. Sebastian Gorka. Afternoons at 3, right before Sean Thompson at 4 on AM 560. The Answer.
Balance of Nature's fruits and veggies supplements, changing the world one life at a time.
You know, maybe if I'm going on a long hike, several hours, I like to bring some Balance of Nature.
That's some good stuff, I'll tell you.
I've always was taught to eat very healthy growing up. My family was Italian and Greek. We had vegetables and fruits all the time growing up. I feel wonderful. I feel terrific. I love your commercials. I think it's a wonderful way to do this.
Celebrate this season with Black Friday savings all month long. Call 1-800-246-8751 or go to balanceofnature.com and sign up as a new preferred customer to get 50% off your first preferred set with free shipping and our money-back guarantee. That's 1-800-246-8751. Don't miss out. Go to balanceofnature.com or call 1-800-246-8751 and get this exclusive Black Friday offer by using discount code CHICAGO.
This is Sean Thompson. When you go on vacation, does it make sense to have somebody else pack for you? Of course not. The same can be said for your retirement. Your 401k could be packed with things you don't know about or even need. If you're close to retirement, but you don't have a plan customized to your goals, it's like kind of taking a 30-year vacation with no idea what's in the suitcase. Sounds like a stressful way to begin what should be a relaxing time. Tom Fortino at Alpha Wealth Group can help you unpack your savings and build a plan to reduce future taxes, address Social Security and health care, and a whole lot more, all with a clear, defined income strategy. Call the Alpha Wealth Group at 630-934-1855. Ask for the complimentary retirement plan. That's 630-934-1855 or online at alphawealthgroup.com. And listen to the Alpha Wealth Hour Saturday mornings at 9 a.m. right here on AM 560.
Advisory services through Retirement Wealth Advisors, LLC, and SEC Registered Investment Advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through Alpha Wealth Group, licensed in Illinois.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm, A-rated by by the Better Business Bureau. Their award-winning team of tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to end your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other IRS actions. Make sure you're getting the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima today for a free confidential consultation.
Call 800-965-1433. 800-965-1433. 800-965-1433.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Is thinning hair or a receding hairline making you self-conscious? Try Hair Grow from New Nordic. Stop feeling embarrassed about thinning hair and start feeling your best with Hair Grow.
6:39. Let's check the roads. Team Hochberg Traffic Center time. This update is a service of Ready Whip. Ready Whip is the sound of holiday happiness. Ready Whip, fun to use, fun to eat. You're not ready for the holidays without Ready Whip. Friends in McHenry, you've got a bridge problem. The Pearl Street Bridge shut down in both directions. Pearl Street itself shut down between River and Riverside Drive, all due to slippery conditions there from the ongoing weather we're having. I-65, you've got an accident on the southbound side, just past US 231 in Crown Point. Also delays this morning on the I, right around Manheim, your inbound off-ramp to Manheim and the inbound on-ramp from Manheim shut down right now as they right an overturned tanker truck. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next. Now, your official Chicagoland weather forecast. Windy and colder, snow changing to rain by the afternoon, a high near 40. Evening rain turning back to snow, cloudy and windy, and a low of 38. Flurries in 30 right now. Your next news at 7. Chicago's Morning Answer continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Scott Tucker Solutions and his show Retirement Decoded. Sunday mornings at 8. Learn more at scotttuckersolutions.com.
Now, from the Signature Bank Studios. If you're looking for the latest news, insight into what it means, and the sharpest opinion, there's only one station in Chicago where you can turn, and it's this one. We're AM 560, The Answer.
Top of the morning, Dan and Amy. As we mentioned a little bit earlier in the program, this judge for the 11th Circuit that got confirmed by the Senate because of absentee Senate Republicans, a problem that Trump recognized too, because after DeSantis tweeted about it, since Florida is impacted by this lifetime appointee now, Trump said, no more of this, no more until we take office, and let's put a stop to the 11th hour antics by this administration. Mike Davis, the former Gorsuch law clerk, now the head of the Article 3 project, had this to say about it.
The Senate runs by unanimous consent, largely. Agree to nothing. Do not give consent to anything. Do not voice vote anything. Do not UC anything. Grind the Senate to a halt. The American people put President Trump back in the White House in an overwhelming landslide victory, 312 electoral votes. The American people voted for a very strong Senate Republican majority, 53 votes. The American people want President Trump and Senate Republicans appointing constitutionalist judges. They do not want President Biden and Chuck Schumer and these radical Senate Democrats putting on these bottom-of-the-barrel losers who are getting through the Senate process now because Senate Republicans can't find the time to show up to work and vote. Show up to work. Grind the Senate to a halt.
Yeah, I'd like to talk to our friend Mike Braun there in Indiana, and Rubio and Vance and Haggerty. Maybe did they have a late tea time at the Rookery down in Marco Island after the RGA event let out, or what was the deal? They could have stopped this appointment. For more on this, we're pleased to be joined by Wisconsin Senator Ron Johnson, who was president accounted for. Senator Johnson, thanks for joining us again. Appreciate it.
Good morning, guys. Hope you're doing well.
Thank you. So What about that 11th Circuit appointment?
Well, that was a failure of leadership. I mean, plain and simple. This wasn't hard to anticipate. I mean, we win the election. We run the board. We know exactly that I'm not on the Judiciary Committee, but they knew the types of judges that were teed up. They knew that Chuck Schumer was going to try and get these folks passed. So President Trump, our leaders, ranking member of the Judiciary Committee, Leader McConnell, they all should have known this, and so that everybody should have been on notice. I certainly understood I had to be there. As soon as we were in session, I had to be there to be able to vote to block this thing. But 5 senators apparently weren't put on notice. I guess there are more important things to do. So no, you can tell in the tone of my voice, I was not happy with it at all. Good thing is, by last night, everybody is back, and now people realize it. But there's that one circuit judge that got through. Now, we're not going to be able to stop district judges. By the way, the only reason we're able to do this is Joe Manchin and Kirsten Sinema, who've not been treated well by the Democrat caucus, are willing to vote with us on the circuit court judges that are awful. Okay, so they would have voted with us, and we could have blocked this one on the 11th Circuit, I'm told. Again, I'm not on Judiciary, but that's, so I think moving forward, I think we have everybody's commitment. They will be here when we're in session so we can block future judges. So this is a big mistake. It better not happen again.
Okay. Well, yeah. I mean, it's all the excitement about the new leadership that is coming on January 20th, and then you see something like this, and it doesn't inspire confidence, as you're admitting. So let's move on to other confirmations that are in the offing. The number of just the full panoply of nominations for cabinet posts that Trump has advanced. Are any of those nominees a particular concern to you?
Well, let me talk about what I'm excited about.
Okay.
I don't know if you read the Wall Street Journal piece by Elon Musk and Vivek and their Department of Government Efficiency. If you read through that, it's intriguing. And I hope they go full bore in terms of looking at every possible avenue for shrinking the size, scope, cost of government and its influence over our lives. Then you combine that. I have not been able to watch it yet, but Russ Vought did a interview with Tucker Carlson. Now, Russ Vought was head of OMB in the first Trump administration. The guy knows his stuff. I mean, he's one of these guys that understands the intricate inner workings, how you can use the laws and regulations to do things. You combine his knowledge with really the private sector experience and the out-of-the-box thinking, the paradigm-shifting thinking of Elon Musk and Vivek. You got pretty potent weapon there to start really attacking the bureaucracy. We really do have to create a whirlwind. I mean, we've got to get in there, and we've got to dramatically change and cut government. And I'm very encouraged by that. So I understand President Trump. Some of these picks are controversial, but he's picking people who aren't afraid to engage in the fight. It's going to be a fight. I mean, this is not going to be easy. He needs warriors, and I'm encouraged by it, quite honestly.
Well, I did read the op-ed from Ramaswamy and Musk, and I mean, it's some of the things that people like you and I and many others have been talking about for a long time. They're embracing. They're going to align with OMB. They're going to bring on talented people to do the investigatory work, to come up with tight proposals and perhaps a punch list of things that need to go. They're talking about sunset dates on programs. They're talking about reductions in force at agencies. I mean, all good stuff. But then, I mean, it becomes a political will problem. As you say, it's going to be a fight across the establishment. I mean, Ramaswamy and Musk can't do this by waving a wand. So they're going to have to align with OMB, which they're suggesting they will do. And then they're going to have to sell Republican majorities in the House and the Senate.
Well, again, some of this, they're going to need department heads and also appointments inside those agencies. What happened, I think, in the first term, let's face it, President Trump, he had no experience in Washington. He didn't know who the players were. He hired all kinds of people that, quite honestly, were not unable to gain control over the agencies, or simply weren't all that on board with what he really wanted to accomplish. And so this time he's far more aware. He's certainly wary of the bureaucracy, and he's appointing people that will do what needs to be done. So that's just so you need the ideas. You have to figure out, okay, here's how we can use the laws as they're currently constructed, to actually reduce the size of government. Because let's face it, most of these laws are written to just continue to expand government and never give you the opportunity to roll it back. So again, this is going to be a fight, and it's not for the faint-hearted, which is why again you need Elon and Vivek on the outside, coming up with these ideas, and then you need the secretaries and undersecretaries, deputy secretaries that are actually willing to engage in the battle, and it will be a pitched battle, I am sure, to really engage in the fight.
We're being told that J.D. Vance is taking Matt Gaetz and Pete Hegseth around to different senators' offices. Are they meeting with you today?
I don't think they view me as much of a roadblock. Okay. I've been pretty public, as I'm saying right now. I'm all for this. Okay, so I certainly understand why President Trump, nominated a couple fighters like Matt Gaetz and Pete Hegseth. I mean, he needs that. Now, again, people say, well, they don't have managerial experience. Well, you can put that in as a deputy secretary. Okay, but you need people who are willing to engage in the fight. That again, won't be faint-hearted. And so, I'm very encouraged. When Elon Musk joined the campaign, when Bobby Kennedy joined the campaign, I mean, to me, that was a signal that when I ran in 2016 with President Trump on the ticket, I often referred to him as the political equivalent of a disruptive technology. And I think coming in as a second term, it's maybe almost a blessing that he had 4 years in between, kind of think about this, to understand what happened in his first term. I don't think he's going to make the same mistakes in his second term. I'm encouraged by it.
And just thinking about the pitched battles that you're describing, I mean, it seems like with Gaetz, with Hegseth, even with Linda McMahon, it's going to be sort of the Kavanaugh slime machine. That's what they're going to do, even if they can't stop some of the nominees, to at least create as much controversy and acrimony around them as possible, put as much pressure on some of the weaker members of the Republican Senate caucus. And so you think there's an understanding at the leadership level, certainly there's an understanding with Trump, but an understanding at the leadership level in the Senate that some political capital is going to have to be expended here in order to get all of these nominees across the finish line.
Yeah, I think so. Let's face it, this is right out of the Saul Alinsky playbook. Isolate, target, and destroy. That's what the left does. Okay, so I mean, we need to understand that, and we need to engage.
The Wisconsin Senate race. I mean, so Wisconsin, obviously, Trump got across the finish line in Wisconsin as part of his swing state sweep, but Hovde didn't. And I just hear from friends I have up there on the operative side that maybe the state party was not as attentive to goings-on in Milwaukee County as they could have been. How do you describe that narrow win for Trump and that narrow loss for Hovde?
Well, first of all, you have to look at the vote totals. I mean, it's all about get out the vote, and we did. President Trump now is the record vote getter statewide. Obama used to be at 1,680,000. Now President Trump is just shy of 1.7 million. Eric Hovde is the fourth largest. So it's Trump, Obama, Tammy Baldwin, now Eric Hovde. So we got out the vote. What happened in Milwaukee Central County, I mean, is just a horribly run election site there. I mean, the person running it didn't have a procedure to make sure that the doors in the backs of the machines were locked and sealed. So, that caused disruptions, which caused the votes to get dumped late. But we knew the number of votes. We had observers there. I went down there that evening, made sure that the 30,000 ballots that they'd already run, they're going to rerun, were segregated. Our election observers were very confident that there wasn't going to be anything nefarious in terms of the actual count. So we fully anticipated. It was gross. I mean, you had Ben Winkler, the head of the Democratic Party of Wisconsin, predicting on MSNBC the night before, you're going to have this red mirage, and then in the middle of the night, the wee hours of the morning, we're going to overtake them. I mean, what a knucklehead, quite honestly. What a blockhead. I mean, you're just creating suspicion. But that's, again, we got to get control of this. I've been completely supportive of allowing Milwaukee Central County, these jurisdictions with a large number of absentee ballots, to count them on Monday with equal number of observers. That's crucial. So I hope Wisconsin legislature changes that law so we don't get these midnight dumps. There's no reason for it. It's just sloppy.
I know there's concern about getting into the business of federalizing elections because that's what the left attempted to do. But with respect to setting certain sort of standards, and then the state and local can fill in the blanks, like ID for federal elections, maybe doing something with respect to the early voting period with respect to federal elections. Is that something that you think the congressional Republicans should take up?
It's something I would support. Again, you want to keep it, pretty basic, because you do want the state and local governments to basically run their own elections. But I mean, the fact that California is still counting votes, this is beyond certain. What happened in Pennsylvania? We need some. We've got a constitution that overall rules things. We probably need to put a few more national standards in there. The problem we're going to have, though, is that Democrats, they want to make it easy to cheat. They don't want controls to restore confidence in our election system. That's all Republicans want. We want to restore confidence in our election system. We're not looking for a partisan advantage. Democrats are looking for that partisan advantage. They want to make it easy to cheat, which speaks volumes.
Senator Ron Johnson, Republican from Wisconsin, thank you as always.
Have a great day.
Thank you. And he joined us on our turnkey.pro answer line.
Connect with Dan and Amy on the AM 560 The Answer mobile app. Just text the word app to 64636 to download the app today.
If you're living with dry age-related macular degeneration or dry AMD, you may be at risk for developing geographic atrophy or GA. GA can be unpredictable and progress rapidly, leading to irreversible vision loss. Now there's something you can do to
slow it down and get it going slower.
Izervay is proven to slow GA progression.
Izervay gets GA going slower.
Izervay or avacincaptad pagel is a prescription eye injection used to treat GA. Don't take it if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Izervay can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. Izervay may temporarily increase eye pressure. Your vision may be impaired after an eye injection or exam. Don't delay. Ask your doctor about Izervay today.
Izervay gets GA going slower.
Visit Izervay.com. That's IZERVAY.com.
'Tis the season for giving, and we are underway with our Food for the Poor campaign for 2024. We have a goal every year to help those in need, to think of those less fortunate, especially during the holiday season. What we're asking for is a one-time $50 gift that will feed one child for an entire year and provide access to clean water for the entire community. Or if you feel a little more generous, how about a gift of $200 and you could feed 4 children for an entire year? We love Food for the Poor. It's a faith-based nonprofit relief organization. They work directly with their partners on the ground in Latin America and the Caribbean to operate feeding centers. This relationship ensures that the money we raise, your hard-earned dollars, the money raised during this campaign is used efficiently to get food to the children who need it the most. I've seen it firsthand. They do God's work. Without Food for the Poor, there would be starvation all over this world. So let's help them out. Let's help the kids out this holiday season. And if you're a business benefactor or you make the marketing decisions for your company, this is the best deal ever. One-time donation of $2,500, tax deductible, as a way of saying thank you. We give you 40 one-minute commercials right here, Monday through Friday. Best deal in all of Chicagoland radio. Get on it. First, if you want to make a gift of any amount, call 844-862-4673 or visit 560theanswer.com/food for the poor. If you want to become a business benefactor, which you should do it because this always sells out, you want to call our you want to call the best salesperson in the world, Anjanette Natowski. She's can be reached at 847-472-8951. That's 847-472-8951.
Wow. Are you buying or are you selling? As this is being written, silver is up more than 50% in just the past 8 months. And gold is the highest it's ever been. Whether you are just getting into the metals, want to roll your IRA into silver or gold, or want to take some profits off the table, Fox Valley Coins is ready, willing, and able to help. Even though Fox Valley Coins is a national dealer, they're family-owned and in your own backyard. Fox Valley Coins in Naperville almost always has the product you want in stock and pretty much always has the best pricing when you buy or sell. Buying or selling is easy. Bring your items in. We'll establish the price and pay you cash or check on the spot. Don't wait until the end of the year to move your assets around. Did you know that Fox Valley Coins has sold over 3,000 one-ounce silver Donald Trump coins? We have several designs, but they're going fast. Fox Valley Coins on Route 59 in Naperville. Family-owned integrity since 1981.
AM 560, The Answer.
Who sings this song? What song is this? This isn't Chris Stapleton.
No, it's not. This is Bubblegum Pop. This is current Bubblegum Pop. That's Sabrina Carpenter or something? Is that this one? This Espresso? Is that right?
I don't know.
Isn't it frightening that I know that?
Where are you hanging out? At the mall?
Yeah.
Yeah? Getting your ears pierced to Claire's, are you?
Yeah,
Sure.
exactly. Yeah, hanging out with at Starbucks with the teeny boppers and whatnot, listening to Sabrina Carpenter, as we do.
These are things that you do for the team. Okay. All right, coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
At 7:07, how important is the Department of Education and its nominee, Linda McMahon? We'll take that up at 7:07.
But now into the newsroom we go. You don't know this song, do you, Mike? Please.
I've got an 18-year-old daughter. Of course I know this song.
Okay.
And Hot to Go as well. Got that on redial. WIND Chicago News Time 7.
Standing by his guys. I'm Chris Foster, Fox News. The Trump campaign says the release of a police report on a sexual assault allegation against Defense Secretary nominee Pete Hesketh just corroborates that the incident was fully investigated and no charges were filed. A woman in 2017 says Hesketh, then and until this month a Fox News Channel host, assaulted her in a hotel room in Monterey, California. A Hesketh attorney says that what happened was consensual, and the woman was paid off to keep Fox from learning about the accusation. Vice President-elect Senator J.D. Vance has been taking nominees around to meet with senators voting on confirmation. Fox's Alexandria Hoff.
According to a Trump official, the president-elect is confident that Senate Republicans will approve his cabinet nominees. But we also know that not all have been won over. So Vice President-elect, he has taken the lead on trying to soothe concerns. Just as yesterday, the focus was on former Congressman Matt Gaetz, whose nomination for Attorney General has been the most controversial. Now, the House Ethics Committee has been investigating Gaetz for alleged sexual misconduct and illicit drug use. Yesterday, a vote was split on party lines whether to publicly release the findings in that report.
A tie vote means no, the report is not being released. The International Criminal Court issues arrest warrants for Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and former Defense Minister Yoav Gallant for war crimes against Palestinians.
The International Criminal Court says it has reasonable grounds to believe the two men intentionally directed attacks against civilians. When prosecutors requested Netanyahu's arrest earlier this year, he called it a moral outrage of historic proportions.
There's also an arrest warrant for a Hamas commander believed to have been killed in an airstrike. Republicans flip a House seat with a close race in Alaska now called for Nick Begich III over Democrat incumbent Mary Peltola. Today in Alabama, Carrie Dale Grayson is scheduled to be the third U.S. inmate executed with nitrogen gas. He's one of 4 people convicted of torturing, murdering, and mutilating a woman hitchhiking in 1994. America's listening to Fox News.
Accurate.
30 degrees. We have snow showers at 7:02 on AM 560. The Answer, and good morning, everyone. I'm Mike Scott. Slippery conditions causing some big problems on the roads, especially around the Eisenhower at Mannheim this morning. Those problems this morning are coming from an overturned tanker truck. Right now, that is causing problems on the inbound on-ramp from Mannheim and the inbound off-ramp to Mannheim. Those are blocked off and closed as cleanup continues. Drivers could experience even more slippery conditions in the Chicago area as moderate to heavy snowfall is expected to cross the area. A judge is under fire for releasing a man before he was accused of killing his estranged wife in Chicago's Portage Park neighborhood. The judge, Thomas Nowinski, released Konstantin Belde on electronic monitoring in October following a prior attack on his wife. His release came 6 weeks before police say he stabbed his wife to death Tuesday in the 5600 block of West Leland Avenue. One person was killed and 13 others were hurt after a crash involving a CTA bus on Wednesday on the city's south side. The crash happened around 7 p.m. near West 60th and South State, near the Inglewood and Washington Park areas. Police say 3 suspects were speeding in a stolen car and then came into oncoming traffic. The offending vehicle then slammed into another car and a CTA bus at the intersection. Chicago sports, the Bulls lost to Milwaukee 122-106. The Blackhawks try to avoid their 4th loss in a row when they host the Florida Panthers at the UC tonight. College hoops last night, Fighting Illini stung by Alabama 100-87. 7:04. We'll have a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Mike Gallagher defends a cabinet choice.
The guy who a charge was leveled against in the Justice Department took their full weight and power and investigated him and said, there's nothing there. We exonerate him. Matt Gaetz was put through the ringer, and Trump can relate to what it feels like to have the Justice Department weaponized against you. It's a beautiful Trump move.
The Mike Gallagher Show, weekdays at 9, right before Dennis Prager at 11 on AM 560. The Answer.
I know it's hard to believe, but Christmas is right around the corner. And if you're thinking about what gift to get the firearms enthusiast that may be on your list this year, I highly recommend. I love this company. The rifles, the shotguns, the revolvers, made right here in America by our friends at Henry Repeating Arms. Now, they've got 200 models to choose from, a wide variety of calibers and styles and prices, and you cannot go wrong with any of them. They're a great company. The easiest way to check out Henry's Firearms is to get a copy of their free holiday gift guide. Just go to their website. It's henryusa.com. Click on the catalog button in the top right-hand corner. They will mail the gift guide and a few decals, and it won't cost you a penny. So if you want to put something made in America under your Christmas tree, make sure you order the free gift guide and get free decals from Henry USA today. That's henryusa.com. For a free gift guide and decals, henryusa.com. You're going to love this company. I love this company.
Balance of Nature's fruits and veggies supplements. Changing the world, one life at a time.
You know, maybe if I'm going on a long hike, several hours, I like to bring some Balance of Nature.
That's some good stuff, I'll tell you.
I've always was taught to eat very healthy growing up. My family was Italian and Greek. We had vegetables and fruits all the time growing up. I feel wonderful. I feel terrific. I love your commercials. I think it's a wonderful way to do this.
Celebrate this season with Black Friday savings all month long. Call 1-800-246-8751 or go to balanceofnature.com and sign up as a new preferred customer to get 50% off your first preferred set with free shipping and our money-back guarantee. That's 1-800-246-8751. Don't miss out. Go to balanceofnature.com or call 1-800-246-8751 and get this exclusive Black Friday offer by using discount code CHICAGO.
7:06, the news, the service of Del Bacchio Marchetti Group of Ad Properties. Christie's International Real Estate, experts in the northwest suburbs and Chicago. You'll get the most value for your home. 708-828-0000. Kennedy, 1 hour, O'Hare into the Burns Circle interchange with an accident inbound at North Avenue. Kennedy outbound jams up between the Burns Circle and Randolph, 40 out to the big airport. The Ike, we told you about the incident at Mannheim on the ramps. It's causing problems on the inbound on-ramp and the inbound off-ramp to Mannheim this morning. I-55 is doing okay right now. Dan Ryan jamming up 95th into the Skyway, 25 minutes into the Circle, and an accident on the right shoulder northbound I-57 at Wilmington Piatone Road. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next. Now your official Chicagoland weather forecast, a service of Papa Nicholas Coffee, a Chicagoland tradition for over 5 generations. Choose Papa Nicholas Coffee because great coffee is their family tradition. Online at papanicholas.com. With the latest from AccuWeather, here's Steve Williams.
Some snow. It'll be increasingly windy. We're looking for 1 to 3 inches. That snow changing over to rain later on today, the high 40. Evening rain or snow shower in spots tonight. Otherwise, clouds and windy, low 38. Cloudy, breezy tomorrow, the high 45. I'm Steve Williams on AM 560, The Answer.
Flurries in 30 at O'Hare, 31 at Midway, 29 in Aurora, 24 in Waukegan. Your next news update, 7:30. Chicago's Morning Answer continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
Now, from the Signature Bank Studios, this is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560, The Answer.
Top of the morning, Dan and Amy talking about one of Trump's more recent cabinet nominees. That would be Linda McMahon for Department of Education. As mentioned in our discussion at the end of last hour with Senator Ron Johnson, there seems to be this effort, where possible, to smear Trump nominees over allegations that are of a sexual misconduct nature. So we obviously know there's a lot of ink surrounding Gates in particular, to a lesser extent Hegseth, and to a lesser extent Linda McMahon right now.
Well, Hegseth, the police report just came out, so I've been reading that. It's 24 pages long. Nothing that we haven't heard, but just more, just sticky, nasty details that I just really don't want to even hear about. But I don't think it's going to sink his nomination.
Well, I mean, this is, again, in contrast to the House Ethics Committee report that the Republicans are not going to release, but we already know some of what's contained in there, and the rest will come out in one form or the other. I mean, this is Washington, D.C., leaks galore, so I don't know what real utility there is in holding it back, unless you would rather just wait until closer to the actual confirmation hearing to concentrate the circus as opposed to allowing it to play out over 2 months. I could see that. But I mean, in terms of what ultimately will be fodder for confirmation hearing, the sum and substance of that House Ethics Committee report will be used against Matt Gaetz, and the particulars of this settlement for a 2017 sexual assault civil case against Hegseth will come out as well, as it already has, or will be used as fodder for his confirmation hearing. There's no question. But Linda McMahon, in addition to those two, you would think would be an unlikely target of a sexual misconduct claim. But remember, she was the CEO of WWE. And Vince McMahon, her, I refer to as ex-husband, but I guess they're just separated, not formally divorced. Sort of potato almost. Anyway, last month, a group of 5 former ring boys named the McMahons in a sex abuse lawsuit along with WWE and its parent company. They allege that from the 1970s to the 1990s, former WWE announcer Melvin Phillips Jr. groomed and sexually assaulted them and other minors without any consequences from his employer. They claim the McMahons specifically knew about and ignored this announcer's predation, and his peculiar and unnatural interest, quote unquote, in young boys prompted the couple to fire Phillips in 1998. The lawsuit says they quickly reinstated him on the condition he steer clear from kids, quote unquote, which he didn't. That's, again, according to their suit. That's not stipulated. That's their claim. In point of fact, Linda McMahon's lawyers say the complaint is baseless. 30-year-old allegations filled with lies, exaggerations, misrepresentations. The matter was investigated at the time by company attorneys and the FBI, which found no grounds to continue the investigation, and she's going to defend herself against this lawsuit. And then, McMahon, her husband, Vince, or soon-to-be ex, whatever, also has the whole controversy during the Me Too era, towards the end of it, if we are at the end of it, where he was paying all of these hush money payments, millions of dollars in hush money payments to former employees and people he had relationships with and so forth. So, I mean, that's all swirling around Linda McMahon, and you can be sure that will come up, too, because it's an opportunity for the left to try to establish a pattern here, right? But so I'm just putting that out there because it's already out there, and so it's going to be discussed, and so there's going to have to be a response, and there's going to have to be preparation in the context of confirmation hearings for these nominees. But the larger question about K through 12 education, there's a really good piece by Michael Petrelli, who is the head of the Fordham Institute. And he talks about the impact that the federal government does have on K through 12 government schooling in this country, even though it's primarily funded and administered at the state and particularly local level, of course. But he writes, it's not crazy to think Uncle Sam is at least somewhat to blame for the state of government schools, the quality of the student they're actually producing. He writes, we have a sprawling continental system governed by 50 states and 14,000 districts. Yet the on-the-ground reality in schools and classrooms is remarkably similar and similarly lackluster throughout the nation. Is that because of some homogenizing force, and is that force the federal government? My answer, he writes, yes, in part, but there are other forces that are much more powerful and harmful. But let's stay with the feds for a moment and consider how Uncle Sam is making it harder than it should be to run American schools, to run excellent schools in America. He lists 4 substantial ways. So this is important because if you're talking about somebody who's going to be reform-minded and going to get at the crux of the matter, I mean, what I've proposed for the Department of Education is just to voucherize the whole agency if the Doge boys are not going to put it on the hit list to eliminate altogether. But if you have to walk before you run, here are some directions to do so from Petrelli. Federal programs encourage a compliance mindset that is anathema to excellence, experimentation, and improving student outcomes. Because of a history of financial shenanigans with federal money, big programs, including Title I and IDEA, come with strict spending requirements, rules around clear audit trails, limited allowable uses, and dictates about supplementing, not supplanting, state and local spending. Bureaucrats at the federal, state, and local level know they will get in much more trouble for running afoul of these rules than for failing to improve academic results. So they learn to be more risk-averse when it comes to the strings that are attached to federal dollars. That's one. Looking at incentives, always is a good place to start. Number 2, he writes, well-meaning but naive policies meant to promote educational equity force schools to make compromises that aren't always good for kids. He's specifically thinking about longstanding special education law requiring students with disabilities to be placed in the least restrictive environment, regardless of the impact on their peers. There's a lot to love about this. As a public school parent, he writes, I'm glad my kids get to go to school with children with disabilities, including kids with significant development delays. I sure don't want to go back to a time when such children were systematically excluded. But in the real world of classrooms, this stuff can get complicated quickly. It's especially problematic when we define most students who are violent or consistently disruptive as having a disability called emotional disturbance, and then create protections for such kids that make it hard to keep their peers safe or to protect the learning environment. This is the conversation we had yesterday with Dr. Leonard Sachs about the overdiagnosis of autism that is a cover for kids that are just ill-mannered and have not been taught proper behavior and have not suffered consequences for improper behavior. So another area that is problematic in K through 12 government school systems. And the interesting thing too is because federal standards, federal money, as he talks about, there is some homogenization that is the direct result of federal policy. So you can't just wave off the Department of Education or the federal government and say, oh, it's a state and local matter, K through 12 education is, and so let's just focus on the state and local and let's not worry about the feds. As long as the federal government, I should say, is promulgating these rules and drop shipping money with these strings attached, you have to pay attention. The third way, a dynamic is in play when we analyze discipline disparities through a disparate impact lens. This is, again, the ability for teachers to control the classroom or not, which we talked about with Leonard Sachs. And the reason that teachers are leaving the profession, because they can't control the classrooms. If they try to discipline a kid, they get disciplined. This is what Petrelli is getting to here. as the Obama administration did. They tell schools they must reduce the rate of suspension and expulsions of black and brown students, regardless of any disparities in underlying student behavior. Guess what? That can make schools more violent and less orderly. Yeah. And then lastly, some of the requirements of the Every Student Succeeds Act, holdovers from No Child Left Behind, pervert the way states evaluate the effectiveness of schools, which has negative consequences in the classroom. He writes, I'm especially thinking of the rule that states assess kids on grade level content, quote unquote, which sounds good, but means that states can't use fully computer adaptive assessments because some students would answer questions well above or below grade level. This means we end up getting less accurate measures of the skills of high and low achieving kids, which in turn makes our measures of student growth less accurate than they otherwise could or should be. It also discourages teachers from pinpointing instruction to kids at the high and low end of the achievement spectrum. And he argues that these are 4 areas where you can apply some immediate policy fixes as the Secretary of Education, along with your team. And I hope Linda McMahon reads these and takes these under consideration. I know that the people that we talk to in the school choice movement who are also practitioners, I'm thinking specifically of people like Ian Rowe, who runs a group of charter schools in the Bronx, is well aware of this and has experience in deviating from these problems that afflict government K through 12 schools writ large. Again, you want to look at ways to improve things in a real way in real time. Here's some suggestions. And these are the sorts of discussions that need to be underway. Maybe Linda McMahon can even offer some vision of this during her confirmation hearing, if not in conversation with the Doge Boys and others. 312-642-5600, turnkey.pro answer line. If you want to weigh in on McMahon and K through 12 government school reform, that at least some provision of that philosophically and directionally, and with respect to the incentives that are pushed by the federal government, this is a good primer, because what these policies promote, as Petrelli argues, is homogenization and mediocrity across the land. And this is like the conversation we've had about K through 12 schools in Illinois, and the shock people have about the quality of well-funded government school systems in the well-to-do suburbs. They're just not what they used to be, or they're not what you think they are in terms of quality. Dawn in Naperville, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Hi, yes, good morning. I just wanted to make the point that all this talk about autism, if everybody really wants to understand autism, I really recommend that you look up Temple Grandin's videos, especially how she explains how autistic people think. So our school system focuses on the way of learning in the area of reading and writing. Okay, autistic people, they think in objects, so they don't learn that way. So it's almost like you're trying to take a circle and force it through a square peg. She said the worst thing we ever did in education, the worst thing we did is we took the skills out, the skill trades, out of our schools. So, when you evaluate a child to see if they have a disability, the objective of that is to find out what their strengths are and what their weaknesses are. You're trying to find out how they learn. So, for example, if a child can't read and you're sending them to school, it's like forcing you to go to work and you can't read. How are you going to do your job? And then you wonder why the child has behaviors. So if you get to the issue, can the child function to read? Can they write? Most of the time, it's an academic issue because you're trying to force them to learn in a way that they don't understand. Even Temple Grandin said she wouldn't probably be able to pass high school because she can't do algebra. The way we do education is so cookie cutter. It is a one-size-fits-all system. So we need somebody to go in there and to change things and most of all, address the dyslexia. Many people, like my kids, have dyslexia. It is common. There's common comorbidities with autism, also like ADHD. So we need somebody to go in there and fix the system so it's not cookie cutter. And, you know, these teachers are trying to do a good job. I feel sorry for the teachers. You should never dismiss behavior, ever. I feel sorry for the teachers. But most of the time, there's an underlying issue, and the underlying issue is they don't learn the way that we teach, especially in reading. We need to get the science of reading in our school system and get whole word reading out. You know, that'll fix the problem. Thank you.
Thanks for the call, Dawn. Chris and Carrie.
Hey, good morning, guys. As you may know, my wife's a teacher, and it all starts at home. I mean, there's tons of discipline problems, and it's usually the parents who aren't involved. They don't answer emails. When there is a discipline problem, they don't address it. And it's unfortunate because, you know, you have one or two students and the schools are afraid to discipline the kids. So the rest of the class suffers. A class of 25, the other 23 students have to suffer the consequences and don't get the quality education because one or two are so disruptive that it distracts from the issue. And then the last caller about dyslexia. The schools are reluctant to diagnose the dyslexia early on, even though all the studies show the earlier you catch it, the better it can be. But they don't want to place labels upon kids, and a lot of it stems, again, from the parents. They don't want labels on their children. They're in denial, and it really affects the way these teachers go about teaching. It's a struggle to try to incorporate all these kids into their curriculum, and it's just unfortunate that our schools are so reluctant to address this early on because it would be much more beneficial in the students' scholastic life. And once there's studies that once you reach about third grade, your educational path is almost predetermined if you don't address these issues early on. So they only have K1 and 2, and sometimes third grade to really get a handle on this before they kind of lose them forever.
Thanks for the call, Chris. Well, I mean, this is it. And this is the need to address these perverse incentives, to address basically all of the infirmities of central planning, which is really what we're talking about. The cookie cutter that philosophy that Dawn mentioned. I mean, these are all the failures of central planning. We have money attached, so we behave how, we're marionettes on the strings of the federal government in terms of how we behave to access cash. And then at the local level, we have stultifying rules. We don't trust people who are practitioners to make judgment calls. We don't back the play of people saying, I'm going to control my school, I'm going to control my classroom. I mean, you don't need to be, crazy Joe Clark out of Philadelphia, but you do have to exercise control over your space, provide the adult leadership that I think most reasonable parents want educators to provide. And then the other problem, of course, is colleges and the pipeline of teachers. And there are just a lot of teachers that are the product of these mediocre schools, and then they go to mediocre colleges and major in the mediocre major of education, and they're not prepared to instruct on the course material they're supposed to confer to the kids. So, I mean, it is, again, all of the shortages and surpluses and failures of central planning, you can see them all exemplified in K through 12 government education here. And one education secretary is not going to solve it, but you can start to drive conversations and policy changes in the direction of decentralization, diffusion, and essentially, entrepreneurship to the extent possible in systems that are, or systems by that I mean school districts that are not terribly bottom line sensitive. You can still do a lot better job than is being done right now, and that will be Linda McMahon's charge. Dan and Amy, Chicago's Morning Answer.
Hear about the big stories of the day, then talk about them right here on Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Amy Jacobson and Dan Proft here, and we want to tell you about our 2024 Food for the Poor campaign.
If you've listened to this station and to our show for any length of time, then you already know about Food for the Poor. They are a nonprofit, faith-based organization that provides food, water, medicine, clothing, and life-saving supplies directly to local partners in Latin America and the Caribbean.
We all know how bad the situation is right now in Latin America and the Caribbean.
For many families, the cost of food has simply become prohibitive, leading to sickness and starvation.
The only thing standing between these families and starvation is Food for the Poor. But in order to get this food to those who need it most, Food for the Poor needs your help. Your one-time gift of just $50 can provide life-saving food for a child for an entire year and provide their community with access to water.
To give a gift of any amount, just call 844-862-4673. That's 844-862-4673.
Or you can visit 560theanswer.com/foodforthepoor or just click on the Give Life banner. All right, is it happening again? You're waking up with achy joints, maybe a pain in your hip, in your knee, in your shoulder due to arthritis or from an injury, and you've thought, you know what? I just don't want to take vacation time from work to get surgery. Well, there is something else you can do, and we're talking about regenerative cellular treatments from our good friends over at QC Kinetics. They're led by Dr. Mitchell Scheinkupp. He's a pioneer in this technology. He also is a client because he's had some chronic pain in his knees, never got knee replacements, just did QC Kinetics, and now he stands by that product. It's an all-natural approach that harnesses your own body's healing properties to treat the root cause of your arthritic pain or pain due to injury. Everybody's talking about it. Elite athletes have been doing it for years, and now it's available to you. Tens of thousands of satisfied patients with more every day. Yes, you can have real, lasting relief from chronic joint pain without drugs, without surgery, without downtime. Learn about all of your options at QC Kinetics. The consultation is free with Saturday appointments available, and they have offices all around the Chicagoland area. The number to call to schedule that free appointment is 312-809-5955. That's 312-809-5955. QC Kinetics. Call 312-809-5955.
It's Dr. David Kolbaba. With cold and flu season, now is the time to ensure you're building an effective immune system. Zinc is so critical for every function of your body, especially your immune defense. And there's no better way to check your zinc levels than our zinc tally test. First, we'll test you in our offices, and then you get to take your very own zinc tally test home with you, and once a week, watch your steady progress. Can't get to our offices for your first zinc tally test? No problem. We'll ship a kit to you. It's so fast and simple to use with quick results in just seconds, with you not having to pay for those blood tests to check for zinc deficiencies, which most of us probably are deficient. So call our Health Quest radio hotline at 800-794-1855 to order yours today. And listen to Health Quest Radio with me, Dr. David Kolbaba, this Saturday morning at 11. Call 800-794-1855. That's 800-794-1855.
AM 560, The Answer.
You know, one postscript on our conversation about K through 12 education, that point that Petrelli made in that piece I was referencing from the Fordham Institute about not accurately measuring high and low achievers. You know, it's one of the things the Tax Credit Scholarship Program in Illinois featured, which was a provision of enhanced scholarships for high-performing students, in addition to, generally speaking, for low-income students, whether they're high-performing or not. There was like an enhancement for high-performing, just as there was enhancement for kids with learning disabilities and physical disabilities. So, I mean, it was the genius of the program that we should be talking about expanding right now, but instead we allowed that to be eliminated. And there are no political consequences for that either, destroying opportunities for tens of thousands of kids at every stage of development in the state of Illinois. I mean, it's, again, just another unconscionable development in Illinois that demands a response, but it's hard to find any organized opposition that wants to provide such a response, isn't it?
All right, coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
At 7:37, Scott Pressler in Buck County, Pennsylvania, versus Aaron Del Mar in Palatine Township.
Ooh.
7:37.
And speaking of Bucks County, that commissioner tried to apologize, and the boo birds came out, Dan. But now, into the newsroom we go. Here's Mike Scott.
Coming up on 7:34, Ukraine says Russia has launched an ICBM overnight, targeting a Ukrainian city. Here's Fox's Jonathan Savage.
According to Ukraine, Russia has launched an intercontinental ballistic missile at the Ukrainian city of Dnipro. These weapons are capable of traveling thousands of miles and carrying nuclear warheads. There are a handful of injuries reported, and a rehab center for people with disabilities was said to be damaged. The statement from Ukraine's military doesn't make clear the intended target of the strike. Russia's alleged use of an ICBM comes after the United States and United Kingdom gave Ukraine permission to use long-range weapons against targets inside Russia. Jonathan Savage, Fox News.
However, it's not actually been confirmed that that missile was an ICBM. If it is confirmed, it would be the first time Moscow has used such a weapon in the war. A volcano in southwest Iceland spewing lava. Iceland's seismic monitor says the eruption began with little or no warning late on Wednesday. House Republicans have decided not to release an ethics report on sexual allegations lodged against former Congressman Matt Gaetz. Lawmakers on both sides of the aisle had called for that report to be issued. President-elect Trump is cheering the life sentence of a Venezuelan migrant who was convicted of killing a Georgia nursing student. Trump posting on Truth Social, "Justice for Laken Riley." Georgia judge had found the 26-year-old Jose Ibarra guilty on all charges for the February killing.
Count 1, malice murder. I sentence you to life without the possibility of parole.
Ibarra had crossed the border illegally in 2022. It was mostly Chris Stapleton's night at the Country Music Association Awards. Stapleton won 4 times and took to the stage to perform 3 times at Bridgestone Arena in Nashville. But an absent Morgan Wallen won Entertainer of the Year. 1 person was killed, 13 others hurt after a crash involving a CTA bus Wednesday night on the city's south side. An offending vehicle with 3 suspects inside that turned out to be a stolen car crashed into another car in the CTA bus at an intersection 60th and South State. And a judge is under fire for releasing a man before he was accused of killing his estranged wife in Chicago's Portage Park neighborhood. The judge, Thomas Nowinski, released Konstantin Beldy on electronic monitoring in October following a prior attack on his wife. His release came 6 weeks before police say he stabbed his wife to death Tuesday in the 5600 block of West Leland. Konstantin was later found dead in a nearby vehicle. Chicago sports. Bulls could not contain Giannis last night. In a 122-106 loss to the Bucks, he had 41. Blackhawks take on Florida tonight. College hoops last night, Fighting Illini dusted by number 7 Alabama, 100-87. And 2 aces take home the Cy Young for the first time in their careers. Chris Sale for the National League and Tariq Skubal of the Tigers in the AL. The news, a service of Balance of Nature, fruits and veggies in a capsule. Order online at balanceofnature.com. Use coupon code Chicago to save 35% as a preferred customer. Hurry, offer ends soon. A check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Make sure that you never miss a day of Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson when you subscribe to the Chicago's Morning Answer podcast, presented by Signature Bank. Listen to the entire show each day on demand with limited commercial breaks. You can subscribe today for free at 560theanswer.com and click on podcasts or search for Chicago's Morning Answer on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Google Podcasts, or wherever you listen to podcasts.
Are you looking for a trustworthy garage to keep your Dodge Ram 45 or 5500 Cummins engine in tip-top shape? Look no further than Remke's Garage in Marengo. At Remke's Garage, their experienced team treats every car like it's their own. Plus, they believe in transparency, no surprises, just honest service and fair pricing. Check out the incredible reviews that satisfied customers have left on Google as they speak for themselves. With state-of-the-art equipment and a commitment to quality, they're proud to be your local choice for automotive care. And here's the best part, they offer free pickup and drop-off for your convenience. Both individually owned and fleet vehicle programs available to meet your needs. So why wait? Swing by Remke's Garage today and let them get you back on the road with confidence. Visit remkesgarage.com. Remke's Garage, repairing America.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm. If you own a timeshare, don't miss this public service announcement from Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group.
If you receive an unsolicited phone call or mail piece to discuss selling, renting, or especially canceling your timeshare, don't fall for it. If you really want out of your timeshare, hang the phone up immediately or throw that mail piece in the trash and contact your timeshare resort or Wesley Financial Group for assistance with your timeshare. As the only Inc. 500 timeshare cancellation company, our knowledge, experience, and results has made Wesley a trusted resource for over 40,000 families we've helped get out of their timeshare. Give us a call, and I'll send you our timeshare exit information kit free with the straight facts about your timeshare and all of your options for cancellation.
Call for your free info kit, 800-839-8484. 800-839-8484. 800-839-8484.
This is Sean Thompson. When you go on vacation, does it make sense to have somebody else pack for you? Of course not. The same can be said for your retirement. Your 401k could be packed with things you don't know about or even need. If you're close to retirement, but you don't have a plan customized to your goals, it's like kind of taking a 30-year vacation with no idea what's in the suitcase. Sounds like a stressful way to begin what should be a relaxing time. Tom Fortino at Alpha Wealth Group can help you unpack your savings and build a plan to reduce future taxes, address Social Security and healthcare, and a whole lot more, all with a clear, defined income strategy. Call the Alpha Wealth Group at 630-934-1855. Ask for the complimentary retirement plan. That's 630-934-1855 or online at alphawealthgroup.com. And listen to the Alpha Wealth Hour Saturday mornings at 9 a.m. right here on AM 560.
Advisory services through Retirement Wealth Advisors, LLC, and SEC Registered Investment Advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through Alpha Wealth Group, licensed in Illinois.
Is thinning hair or a receding hairline making you self-conscious? Try Hair Grow from New Nordic. Stop feeling embarrassed about thinning hair and start feeling your best with Hair Grow.
7:41. Let's get an update on the roads. Team Hochberg Traffic Center time, a service of Papa Nicholas Coffee. A Chicagoland tradition for over 5 generations, combining heritage and innovation in every cup. Choose Papa Nicholas Coffee because great coffee is their family tradition. Online at papanicholas.com. The Kennedy at 1 hour from O'Hare into the Burns Circle interchange. Still big problems on the Ike near Manheim. The inbound on-ramp from Manheim and the inbound off-ramp to Manheim Road still shut down as they try to right an overturned semi there. Stevenson outbound, you're jammed up between the Chinatown feeder and the Dan Ryan this morning. Bishop Ford slams into the Ryan merge. Tri-State stop and go northbound between the Ike and the Bensonville Bridge. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next. AM 560 Weather Center forecast. Windy and colder. Snow may change over to rain. We'll see where the temps go. High near 40. Evening rain and snow. Otherwise, with low clouds and windy conditions again and a low of 38. Currently, flurries and 30 degrees at O'Hare, 31 at Midway, and 29 in Aurora. Your next news update is at 8. Chicago's Morning Answer continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
Now, from the Signature Bank Studios.
You want me to say that I want you to stay, so you should probably leave.
Top of the morning, Dan and Amy. Bucks County, Pennsylvania. Bucks County, Pennsylvania. This is a story we brought you last week as Pennsylvania was still counting, as a recount has been triggered in the Dave McCormick, Bob Casey race. Not that it's going to go anywhere, but Certainly, Bucks County election commissioners were trying to make it go somewhere by flouting the Pennsylvania Supreme Court holding that misdated or undated absentee ballots could not be counted. This is what the lead commissioner in Bucks County had to say about that.
We reject all three categories of these ballots.
Your motion is to reject or dismiss the challenges in this category in front of you?
Correct, yep.
Not going to second that, mostly because I think we all know that precedent by a court doesn't matter anymore in this country, and people violate laws anytime they want. So for me, if I violate this law, it's because I want a court to pay attention to it.
Well, the court did pay attention to it, and the Pennsylvania State Supreme Court reaffirmed its decision that misdated or undated absentee ballots shall not be counted. Scott Pressler, who is, of course, this activist that was brought in by Laura Trump when she assumed the helm at the RNC to focus on voter registration in places, swing states, in places like Pennsylvania, in places like Buck County. And by all accounts, did an incredible job in terms of closing the gap of Republican versus Democrat registrations, and had a hand in Trump winning Pennsylvania. There's no question. Scott Pressler and company were out in force at the Bucks County Election Commission meeting, and Pressler addressed the commissioner you heard from there, saying she's going to ignore the law because she wants the court to pay attention, and addressing her and the rest of the board at their meeting, saying the following.
And I have a message. Peacefully, we are coming for your seat in 2027. If you don't resign today,
have at it.
I am coming for your seat peacefully. And Harvey, Commissioner Harvey, this goes for you too. You are complicit. Mark Elias and his cronies must be disbarred from practicing law in Pennsylvania, any of his cronies, for the misconduct that they did. I want you to know that I am going to spend all of my time in Bucks County for the next 3 years making sure that we take back this county. Thank you to every single patriot that showed up today. We did it!
I just got the chills. What's funny, I mean, they ignored the court ruling, but then they bragged about it, too. So good for Scott Pressler to put her in her place.
312-642-5600, turnkey.pro answer line and text line, and that he's staying put and he's going to continue this work at the local level. He flipped Bucks County in the 2024 election, and now he's going to work at the local level. We have local elections coming up.
Well,
the elections never stop. We have spring elections here.
That's true.
Opportunity to work at the local level, at the grassroots level, to impact your local government with the idea of maybe someday impacting your state government. As we know, many a time you have your locally elected officials go on to be your state level or federal level elected officials. So what's happening here? What's happening here while Scott Pressler is building on the work that he did in Pennsylvania? One man organizing a bunch of others, and I'm sure getting underwriting from the RNC and other interested groups, which is all well and good. It takes money to run an organization to accomplish a particular task, and Scott Pressler has proven pretty adept at doing that. But is it really that complicated, or is it just a lot of hard work and a little bit of inspiration that encourages others to join and to contribute in some material way, like the financing of it?
312-642-5600, turnkey.pro answer line.
So that's flipping Bucks County, Pennsylvania, as part of flipping Pennsylvania.
And they did it.
And what do we have in Illinois? Jeannie Ives had this story. Palatine. Palatine, which is supposed to be a bastion of republicanism. But that's been, of course, diluted over the last decade or so, like everywhere else in Chicagoland suburbs, hasn't it? But still has a Republican presence. It has a Republican township organization. Its Republican township organization head, Aaron Del Mar, He's the state Republican Party co-chairman, don't you know? He was Gary Rabine's candidate for lieutenant governor when Rabine ran for governor in 2022, an uninspired pick. So what's going on in Palatine Township as an illustration of what's going on in suburban Chicago, in the collar counties, with respect to Republicans at the local level generally? Jeannie Ives has the story at breakthrough-ideas.com. Local Palatine Republicans shocked when they were asked to sign nominating petitions for current Republican township officials, and later found out that they had never been told by the circulators that two of the candidates on those petitions are Democrats. It turns out that a deal was cut between the Palatine Township Republican committeeman and state party co-chairman Aaron Delmar and the Democrats to do a unity party so we could dispense with this, ugliness of having competition at the local level between Republicans and Democrats. All 8 township positions are up for election in Palatine Township. Both the Republican and Democrat parties could have filed slates at their individual caucuses that would have given their respective constituencies their rightful ability to vote at caucus. However, this year, in a coordinated effort, neither the Republican or Democrat Township Committeeman filed to hold a caucus. Instead, circulated petitions for the new Palatine Township Palatine Township United Party. Isn't it great when Republicans and Democrats can come together in Illinois and do their best impersonation of the state level bipartisan combine? Well, you think they're doing this because they have a shared vision? Well, wait a second, Dan. RFK Jr., he's a Democrat. Tulsi Gabbard's a Democrat. Trump brought them in. Yeah. Trump brought them in to run his program. He's not bringing them in to run their program. You see the difference? You want people, I'm happy to bring people into the fold, happy to coalition build, but you come into our deal to advance our flag, not your flag. Or we agree that we have that's essentially what's happening. We have a common flag that we're going to advance together. That's not what's happening here. This is typical spoils of war, non-aggression pact stuff. We'll give you a couple seats. You give us a couple seats. We get these patronage jobs. You get those patronage jobs. And let's just dispense with the ugliness of having an election, even where ostensibly the Republican Party should be operating from a base of strength. In Palatine Township? No. Palatine Township has been held by Republicans for more than 40 years, in fact. This election, the clerk and one trustee chose not to run again. Instead of recruiting 2 new Republicans for these positions, the remaining township officials chose to secretly make a deal with Democrats and run a slate together. The slate was formed with the blessing of Delmar and the Republican Township Supervisor, a guy named Andy John Calconis. And nobody was made the wiser. This was not something that was apparently discussed at a Palatine Township Republican meeting.
They didn't discuss it with anybody?
Was not disclosed in terms of circulators, as you heard.
My sister goes to those all the time.
And so, tell me again about the Republican Party. I was having this conversation with Bob Fioretti last night, actually. Is there anybody doing anything interesting? There is no desire to put in the fight for anything. And so you have one-offs who will try to put in the fight by running for office, and then they'll be terribly disappointed when they put themselves out there and they look back and nobody's behind them. Because you either have people that have completely given up or people that have completely given in to the other side. And I'm talking about people with titles in the Republican Party. So, you want a revolt to happen in Illinois like happened in a lot of other swing states. Well, in other swing states, Illinois isn't one. In the swing states, nationally. Well, where's that going to come from? Who is doing anything? Sure, educate me. Who is doing anything interesting under the banner of Republican in Illinois? And if it's not happening, where do you think this revolt is going to happen? How do things magically improve? We just sit back and hope for a white knight to gallop in from off stage and make everything better. Is that how you think politics works? Have we learned nothing from the last decade of Trump's trials and tribulations, just for starters? No one wants to fight for anything. They want to make excuses about money. They can't even bring themselves to take positions on issues. They can't even bring themselves to pillory the political establishment for the open borders mess that has been visited upon Chicago and Chicagoland and Illinois. The elimination of opportunity scholarships for kids that we were just talking about. The unemployment rate that is 40% higher than the national average, the continued exodus of population. You know, Illinois is scheduled to lose another 2 congressional seats by 2030 at the pace we're on now.
Well, maybe
so you're
that's
just
why
going
they're letting all the illegals in.
You're going to sit by and you're going to watch this dying star collapse in on itself and just bitch the whole way along. This seems to be the approach of those with titles in the Republican Party. And they've done a great job of repelling anyone who wants to do anything substantive as a result. So Jelly Belly's up for re-election in 2026. And, you know, the entire state house is, and a third of the state Senate is, and the Senate seat currently occupied by Dick Durbin is. And what are we going to have? A couple of you guys decide, I'll run for governor, I'll run for Senate, and there'll be nothing behind them. And Durbin's terrible. Oh, Pritzker's terrible. This is all they can say.
Yeah,
Pritzker, do your job, and this is bad. And there's nothing resembling a vision, a organizing rationale, an argument. Nothing. Just throwing in with the other side to make sure that you get yours and I get mine of this dwindling pie. And who calls them out? Jeannie Ives does. I do. Who else? Gary in Naperville, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Hi, Dan?
Yeah, go ahead, Gary.
Yeah, Gary. I just wanted to convey a story that happened in Maple Township 4 years ago, where the Republican Party sued us all the way to the Supreme Court to allow them to violate election law. When they found out we were bringing people to caucus to fill some positions against the Democrats, they changed it to a Zoom meeting 2 days before the caucus, which is illegal. You know, it's illegal to change the venue. It's illegal to, there's nothing in the law that allows you to have a Zoom meeting in place of a caucus. We took it to the local court here. We got on the ballot, but they continued to sue us all the way to the Supreme Court. And the Supreme Court decided to ignore the fact that they violated election law by running a Zoom meeting, and they took us off the ballot even though we were already on. The ballots were printed. They just, told Election Commission not to count our votes, and they spent more money than they had in their budget. They went into debt. The Republicans went into debt, suing us to get us off the ballot.
Thanks for the call, Gary. Mm-hmm. Kevin, Austin, Texas.
Good morning, Dan. DuPage County needs their own Scott Pressler. If you look at
but let me stop you right there. DuPage County needs its own Scott.
You always shoot me down.
Wait. I'm not. No, I'm just you can go. Let me just stop you there. Yeah, DuPage County needs its own Scott Pressler, and so do all the other collar counties. And you know what? Right. I could get Scott Pressler funded in Illinois, but why would I?
Right, that'd be great.
What? But
you don't have
can I finish? Hold on. Yep. Why would I? Why would I facilitate? Can I just make a point and then you can talk?
Okay.
Honestly, why would I do that? Why would anyone do that? In order to register voters to support what Republican Party? Dan Cronin's Republican Party in DuPage? Aaron Del Mar's Republican Party in Palatine? Kathy Salvi's party statewide? Tony McCumbie's party in the House? John Curran's party in the Senate? Why would anyone do that? They won't.
No, because I don't want you to fund those. I don't want you to fund those guys in that Republican Party. What I've been talking about for the last 4 years is the people who listen to your show, people who sit in the shovel and expect the hole to be dug, to get involved in the precinct level because then they have a little bit more concentration on it. That's what's been done in Austin, Texas, in Williamson County. That's what was done in Florida, things like that. It's not waiting for a white knight to come in. It's agreeing with you what the problem is, but it's always taking action on yourself. It doesn't cost me just 3 hours a month to go to these precinct meetings on a county level. I think in DuPage County it's on the township level and things like that. You don't have to fund anything. Just encourage your listeners to get involved and do it. Don't fund a thing until people rise up and take control themselves.
We agree on that.
Talking about for the last 4 years.
Yeah, we agree on that. So that's why I said, who's doing something interesting? Where is there a movement afoot to take over a local township Republican Party or a county Republican Party and paradigm shift that organization? Show it to me. Then we'll highlight it and encourage people to replicate it. And then maybe someday you can actually have something resembling electoral competition in this region and state. But that's not today. I'll tell you that.
All right, coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
At 8:08, Angel Studios has a new offering. The movie Bonhoeffer, the movie based on the book of our friend Eric Metaxas. We'll talk to the representatives of Angel Studios at 8:08 about the new film.
But first, into the newsroom we go. Here's Mike Scott.
Snow causing slippery roads this morning in the Chicago area and problems on those roadways. A judge under fire for releasing a man accused of killing his wife. Bulls fall to the Bucks, and WIND Chicago News Time is 8 o'clock.
He said, she said. I'm Chris Foster, Fox News. Police in Monterey, California released a report on a sexual assault allegation made in 2017 against Defense Secretary nominee Pete Hesketh. The woman says the now former Fox News Channel host assaulted her in a hotel room and believes she may have been drugged. He has said the encounter was consensual. The Trump campaign says the report shows the claim was investigated with no charges filed. Some Democrats and Republicans want a report on President-elect Trump's Attorney General nominee made public.
Illinois Democrat Sean Casten and Tennessee Democrat Steve Cohen have both introduced resolutions that would compel the House Ethics Committee to release its report into former Congressman Matt Gaetz, which looks into allegations of sexual misconduct and illicit drug use. Casten spoke after filing the resolution.
I think our hope for all of us who care about American democracy and the rule of law and respecting the claims of the women.
The House Ethics Committee is divided over party lines on whether to release the report. The committee is set to meet again in December and revisit the matter. House Speaker Mike Johnson is against releasing the report since Gaetz is no longer a member of Congress. On Capitol Hill, Ryan Schmelz, Fox News.
Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says Israel rejects with disgust an international criminal court warrant for his arrest. He's accused of crimes against humanity during the war in Gaza against Hamas militants.
Netanyahu and his former defense minister Yoav Gallant are accused of murder, persecution, and using starvation as a method of war. Hamas says the arrest warrants are a step towards justice. ICC member states are now obliged to arrest the two men. The Netherlands, where the court is based, says it's willing to do just that. Jonathan Savage, Fox News.
The number of Americans applying for unemployment benefits falls slightly again last week to 213,000, but the number of people currently on unemployment hits 1.9 million, the most in 3 years, in part because of Boeing-related layoffs and recent hurricanes. America's listening to Fox News.
.30 degrees, cloudy skies, light snow showers are falling in the area. At 8:02 on AM 560, The Answer. One person was killed, 13 others were hurt after a crash involving a CTA bus Wednesday on the city's south side. Crash happened around 7 p.m. near West 60th and South State near Inglewood and Washington Park. According to Chicago police, 3 suspects were speeding in a stolen car on State Street and went into oncoming traffic. The offending vehicle then crashed into a car and a CTA bus at the intersection. A Barrington man accused of killing the mother of his child over the weekend apparently struck her twice with a baseball bat before shooting her in the chest with a gun he'd reported stolen. The allegations made by the prosecution. On Wednesday, William Zentech was ordered held until trial on a first-degree murder charge by Cook County Circuit Court Judge Ellen Mandeltort. But after court, defense attorney Thomas Glasgow said Zentech acted in self-defense and in defense of the girl.
Allegations of molestation while the child was in the custody of the deceased, that someone that is close to the deceased was the target of those allegations, and he reported that to the police the day before.
42-year-old Dr. Olga Dushan of Vernon Hills had an order of protection against Zentech since 2021. His next court date is December 13. The news service of almostfreeteeth.com. Overpaying for dental implants is over if you have a Blue Cross Blue Shield, PPO, or FEP. Learn more and check if you qualify at almostfreeteeth.com. 8:03, time for the AM 560 Business Beat, a service of Signature Bank. Visit signaturebank.bank for all your commercial banking needs. And now, the latest from the Fox Business Network.
I'm Stuart Varney, and this is the Fox Business Report.
You'll pay more for a BJ's wholesale membership. The Warehouse Club chain is raising its annual membership fee for the first time in 7 years. The club membership fee goes up $5 to $60 a year, and the Club Plus membership fee will cost $120, up from $110. The increase takes effect January 1st. Deere & Company's earnings top forecast, though it's being cautious about this year. The stock's down 1%. Chipmaker NVIDIA sales more than doubled year-ago numbers. Earnings and its forecast topped expectations, though the stock is losing ground. Investors believe its year-over-year growth may be slowing. And cloud computing company Snowflake shares are up 20% after its upbeat earnings. That's your Fox Business Report. I'm Jenny Cosolda, invested in you.
8:05, a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
If you listen to the mainstream media and the Democrats, you'd think it was a sin to be black and conservative. Well, John Anthony blows up that perception every week on Black and Right. Join John this Saturday afternoon at 4 when he pushes back against the left and its regressive, progressive agenda that tries to dictate how people should think or feel about politics. Listen to Black and Right this Saturday afternoon at 4, right here on AM 560. The Answer.
Tired of living with missing teeth or enduring the hassle of traditional dental implants? Say hello to UltraTooth from Sargon Dental. This groundbreaking dental implant lets you replace one or all your teeth in a single day. UltraTooth is the only FDA-cleared dental implant capable of providing immediate and full functional tooth replacement. If you have severe gum disease, UltraTooth can replace those affected teeth in a single appointment, eliminating the condition immediately. No more waiting weeks or dealing with temporary dentures. Unlike other implants that require months of caution, UltraTooth from Sargon Dental allows you to resume your normal activities immediately. You can chew and eat confidently on the same day as your procedure. Don't miss another day of smiling and eating normally. Experience the life-changing difference with UltraTooth from Sargon Dental and reclaim your smile today. Visit sargondental.com today to find an office near you. Dental providers looking to join the Sargon Dental network and offer UltraTooth can reach out at sargondental.com.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-6745. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com
or call 800-575-6745. That's 800-575-6745.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
I know it's hard to believe, but Christmas is right around the corner. And if you're thinking about what gift to get the firearms enthusiast that may be on your list this year, I highly recommend. I love this company. The rifles, the shotguns, the revolvers, made right here in America by our friends at Henry Repeating Arms. Now, they've got 200 models to choose from, a wide variety of calibers and styles and prices, and you cannot go wrong with any of them. The great company. The easiest way to check out Henry's Firearms is to get a copy of their free holiday gift guide. Just go to their website. It's henryusa.com. Click on the catalog button in the top right-hand corner. They will mail the gift guide and a few decals, and it won't cost you a penny. So if you want to put something made in America under your Christmas tree, make sure you order the free gift guide and get free decals from Henry USA today. That's henryusa.com for a free gift guide and decals. henryusa.com. You're going to love this company. I love this company.
It is 8:08. Let's get an update on the roads. Team Hochberg Traffic Center time, a service of Trim Light Chicago. You know, you just got to see it to believe it. Amazing, customizable, and permanent holiday and year-round accent lighting for the exterior of your home or business. It's not too late to book your holiday installation, but you got to do it today at Trim Light Chicago. Kennedy, 90 minutes now, solid all the way in from O'Hare into the Burns Circle interchange. We've been talking about that Eisenhower off and on ramp to and from Mannheim Road all morning long, still shut down as they try to right and overturn semi there. Stevenson stop and go outbound between the Chinatown feeder and the Dan Ryan Expressway. The Dan Ryan right now running at 38 into the Circle interchange. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next. Now, your official Chicagoland weather forecast with Steve Williams.
Today, increasingly windy with some snow, 1 to 3 inches, changing to rain late today. The high today, 40. Evening rain or snow shower tonight, otherwise clouds and windy, low 38. Clouds and breezy tomorrow with a high at 45. I'm Steve Williams on AM 560, The Answer.
Flurries in 31 right now. Next news coming up at 8:30. Chicago's Morning Answer continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
Now, from the Signature Bank Studios, this is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560, The Answer.
Top of the morning, Dan and Amy. So, new movie is out from Angel Studios, the studio that brought you Sound of Freedom. And it's a companion to the book Bonhoeffer, written by our friend Eric Metaxas. One of the producers is the head of creative for Sphere Studios, who leads various teams making cinematic immersive experiences for Sphere Entertainment in Las Vegas. I hope they weren't responsible for that Kamala ad on the Sphere.
She paid $900,000 for that.
Yeah, $900,000.
How did that work out for her?
He also has been a producer of 4 of the Star Trek films.
Wow.
4 of the X-Men movies, Tim Burton's Planet of the Apes, the Fantastic Four movies. He's got quite the resume, so I'm excited to hear more about the film. Ralph Winter is his name. As I said, the head of creative for Sphere Studios. Ralph Winter, thanks so much for joining us. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much. Very kind.
Bonhoeffer, why this project?
Studied this in college a long time ago, and it's been in the works 10 or 12 years. It's just a compelling, account of a guy in history who stood up for what he believed, and he's enshrined in Westminster Abbey as one of the famous martyrs of the 20th century, right near Martin Luther King.
Right. Not spoiler alert here. Bonhoeffer was a Lutheran Lutheran minister who was executed by Hitler for his involvement in a plot to take Hitler out and save the Jews from the genocide that Hitler was committing.
Yes. It's a compelling story. It's a guy who was a pastor, a theologian, and then, sincerely believes what he's writing and learning and believing, and he takes action on it.
Does this just show how far one person will go to stand up for what's right?
Absolutely. This is a guy who, struggled with all of that. He's a pastor. He's a pacifist. Why would he do this? And so the movie delves into that and tries to figure out, what is this guy really? How is he thinking? What does he value? And how does he take action on that? And that's what we find compelling. And, a lot of people that know this person in history, hopefully will be attracted to the story and engaged.
And the connection that Bonhoeffer has to America in terms of formative experience with respect to his theology and ultimately his activism in Germany, the Union Theological Seminary in New York.
Yes, he had, it's where he really found a personal relationship with Christ and where he begins to understand, at a very experiential level, what it means to believe, what it means to have faith, and what do you really trust in, what's important. And that opened his eyes in a very, existential way that it was more intellectual in Germany.
Right, and he went to the Abyssinian Baptist Church in Harlem, right, where he where he heard Adam Clayton Powell preach the gospel,
Powell, right?
Right, yeah,
right.
And so so interestingly, it was the institutional racism in America and hearing the Word of God through black pastors that was really formative.
Woke him up, and I think started to shape and see. The same thing's happening in Nazi Germany. The same thing is affecting me. And sometimes, for all of us, it doesn't really, ring true until we find ourselves in a different situation and we can observe that. When we made the Star Trek movies, it was always about, seeing another culture and seeing how other people look at things, but it was a direct relationship for us and how we deal with each other.
Right, and in terms of another aspect of Bonhoeffer's evolution was a testament to the power of art, so the power of movies, like Bonhoeffer, perhaps. That All Quiet on the Western Front, the movie version of the Erich Maria Remarque book, was influential in him essentially turning into a pacifist.
Yeah, he did have, he was a pianist, and so he brought some of that and learned, I don't know that it's explicit, and so we dramatize some of that in Harlem, where he visits jazz club and he sees, what music can be, which opens his eyes, just a little wider through the art form. And
the timing of the film too. I mean, I don't want to overstate the case. I'm certainly not comparing it to Nazi Germany, but I mean, the rise of anti-Semitism in the West and what we see. I mean, just today it was announced the International Criminal Court issued an arrest warrant for Bibi Netanyahu, for goodness sakes. So there is a timeliness to this.
Oh yeah, this is we debated whether this was something to put out before the election or after. Too much noise in the marketplace ahead of the election. But you can sort of read this from either side, Dan. I think that, this is someone standing up for what he believes and saying, if I really believe this, if this is really true, and this is really what I think, God is doing, then how do I take action and how do I stand up and how do I, demonstrate that this isn't just an intellectual feeling, but this is what I believe and what I'm living for and how I should act this out. And Bonhoeffer did that when it was not popular, when it was not, he had everyone against him. And so it's a little mini, version of what do we do? How do we react to the current events around us, and how do we take action on what we believe?
Yeah. It's one of the great illustrations of the exhibition of virtue at its testing point, to borrow from C.S. Lewis, isn't it?
He paid the ultimate price. He knew what that was going in, and along the way, that's what makes me want to go back and reread again, Life Together, Cost of Discipleship, because now you get a feeling for who this person was, and you can read those words again in a different way. He wrote these in prison, and he wrote some 34 volumes. It's pretty amazing.
How close was Bonhoeffer to assassinating Hitler?
I don't think he was actively involved, didn't have a gun in his hand, didn't, pull the trigger. But the conspiracy theory and aiding and abetting and the spy activities that he had, were directly linked enough that, it made the Nazi regime, single him out and bring him out. Part of that might have been from his speaking out, but there's no doubt that he was involved in that conspiracy to assassinate him, and unfortunately it failed.
The aspect of this, too, I mean, again, Lutheran pastor, and the Lutheran Church in Germany largely folded in with the Reich.
That's correct.
Again, I mean, I'm not making the comparison, but where you have moral confusion from faith leadership, boy, is that problematic. And I think, and speaking as a Catholic, I think we have some moral confusion at the papacy right now, too. So, I mean, this is an important aspect of it as well.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And, clarity, a vision about who it is, what do we believe, who are we about, what are the actions we're going to take is a very relevant, current event for all of us. And so, the church, has sort of melted down in some ways, Protestant and Catholic, in terms of current events and taking a stand and being clear about what the issues are. So, I think it's very relevant to today.
Tell us where, when, how we can get the movie, distribute it, see it, buy it.
Well, we're going to get crushed by Gladiator 2 and Wicked, but we'll be the alternative. Angel Studios is releasing the film for us, and we'll be in a few theaters. We'll probably put a lot of stuff out on social. I don't have the details in front of me in terms of where the movie is going to get distributed online, but we'll be trying to splash that out there as much as possible.
And we'll splash that out there when you splash that out there as well.
Thank you.
Ralph Winter is the head of creative for Sphere Studios, leading various teams making cinematic, immersive experiences for Sphere Entertainment in Las Vegas. He's a producer of the new movie Bonhoeffer, Pastor, Spy, Assassin. Ralph, thanks so much for joining us. Good luck with the film.
Hey, thanks very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you. God bless. And he joined us on our turnkey.pro answer line.
You're listening to Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
I'm attorney Stephen Leahy. My father was a union iron worker, just like his father, but while he inherited his father's skill, he did not inherit his tolerance for taking orders from union bosses. He needed a change, something that was his, something where he could call the shots. So he started a janitorial company. His company cleaned grocery stores and airplane hangars, dentist office and construction sites, hardware stores and restaurants. As his business expanded, so did the complexity of managing it, especially the taxes. Preparing tax returns requires records, and Dad just never got accustomed to keeping good records. That was a mistake. It cost him his business. Initially, I followed my father and grandfather and became a union iron worker, third generation. I'm very proud of that legacy. Now I'm a tax attorney. I help business owners protect what they've built. Fighting back against the IRS is personal to me. If you own a business and have tax troubles, fight back. Go to fightbacknow.com. That's fightbacknow.com, or call 312-664-6649. Become a freedom fighter today.
Do you know they still have 500,000 ballots to count in California? And
Take
two
your
House
time.
races are still too close to call?
Take your time.
Take your time. My God.
Ease into it.
Okay. All right. Once again, our Food for the Poor campaign is underway as we help to provide life-saving food to children in Latin America and the Caribbean.
During this season of economic decline, unemployment, rising food costs, millions of children and their families are suffering. They simply don't know where their next meal will come from, which, of course, can lead to sickness, disease, and ultimately starvation. This is particularly acute in the countries that Food for the Poor serves in Latin America and the Caribbean.
And that's why we're partnering with Food for the Poor. Again, folks, it's a faith-based, nonprofit relief organization that works directly with their partners on the ground in Latin America to operate these feeding centers. This relationship ensures that the money we raise during this campaign is used efficiently to get food to the children who need it the most.
Food for the Poor has been doing this, as you probably know from our previous campaigns with Food for the Poor and for Food for the Poor. They've been doing this work for more than 4 decades in 17 countries. They've fed millions of people, provided more than $15 billion with a B dollars in aid. They are reputable and transparent with how they raise and spend their money. 5-star rated by Charity Navigator. More than 90% of funds raised go directly to the intended beneficiaries. Your gift of just $50 can feed one child for an entire year. Imagine that, feeding a kid for a year on only $50. $50 can feed one child for an entire year and provide access to clean water for their community. For a gift of $200, you can feed 4 children for 1 year, and that's the impact your gift can have. To make a gift of any amount, you just call this number, 844-862-4673. That's 844-862-4673, or visit 560theanswer.com/food for the poor.
And if you're a business owner or make the marketing decisions for your company, listen up. I want you to consider, becoming a business benefactor. You make a one-time tax-deductible donation of $2,500. The money goes to Food for the Poor. And AM 560 will give you 40 one-minute commercials to air on the station Monday through Friday. Folks, it is the best deal in all of Chicago radio. And at the same time, you'll be providing life-saving food for over 50 children. To become a business benefactor, just call Ann Jeanette. Here's the number, 847-472-8951. Let me say it again because this sells out every year. Get on it, 847-472-8951.
If you're self-employed and purchase your own health insurance, I have some great news. From now until January 15th, the health insurance exchanges are open again. And even if you've never qualified for a health insurance subsidy before, you most likely will now. The American Rescue Plan expanded subsidy eligibility to millions of Americans who have never qualified before, even to those with high income levels. And this year, you can purchase a PPO policy, which includes access to Northwestern Medical Group. Employers who provide small group coverage also have new options, and so do seniors looking for Medicare supplement coverage. Call me. I can help.
If you're tired of calling a bureaucrat at an 800 number to help you navigate Obamacare, then you need a local expert on your side. C. Stephen Tucker from healthinsurancementors.com is someone I know and trust. He's a 30-year licensed broker who's been educating our listeners for more than 10 years. Steve, how can our listeners get in touch with you?
Thanks, Dan. They can visit healthinsurancementors.com or call me directly at 630-674-1551. 630-674-1551.
All right, are you looking for a trustworthy garage to keep your Dodge Ram 45 or 5500 Cummins engine in tip-top shape? Look no further than our very good friends at Remke's Garage in Marengo. At Remke's Garage, their team specializes in everything from routine maintenance to complex repairs, including diesel engine repair for your Dodge Cummins. Their experienced team treats every car like it's their own. Plus, they believe in transparency, no surprises, just honest service and fair pricing. Check out the incredible reviews that Satisfies customers have left on Google as they speak for themselves. With state-of-the-art equipment and commitment to quality, they're proud to be your local choice for automotive care. And here's the best part. They offer free pickup and drop-off for your convenience. That's nice. Both individually owned and fleet vehicle programs available to meet your needs. So why wait? Swing by Remke's Garage today and let them get you back on the road with confidence. Visit remkesgarage.com, remkesgarage.com. Remke's Garage, repairing America.
Balance of Nature's fruits and veggies supplements, changing the world one life at a time.
My husband's a retired cop, and I worked in a hospital for years. I'm going out right now because I'm getting ready to paint my fence. It's just literally amazing. And, you know, you watch the TV articles and you go, yeah. Well, at least it's 100% returnable if it doesn't work. I'm not kidding you. It is the most amazing product I've ever taken.
Oh, I have a friend, Julia, who has taken a Balance of Nature now for quite some time. And she said, oh, Becky, ask your doctor about taking Balance of Nature. So I talked to my doctor about it, and she said, oh, try it.
Celebrate this season with Black Friday savings all month long. Go to balanceofnature.com and sign up as a new preferred customer to get 50% off your first preferred set. Don't miss out. Go to balanceofnature.com or call 1-800-246-8751 and get this exclusive Black Friday offer by using discount code CHICAGO.
Signature Bank is Chicago's fastest growing independently owned business bank, a bank where relationships still matter. Signature Bank knows your name and your story. I'm Dan Proft, and I know this because Signature Bank is my business bank.
I'm Scott Bartmus, co-founder of ESCO, a security and fire alarm services business, and a customer of Signature Bank. We work hard to give our customers peace of mind, so it's nice to know that while we have our customers' backs, partners like Signature Bank have ours. When COVID hit, there was a lot of uncertainty for many businesses, particularly surrounding the PPP loan program, with parameters and deadlines changing constantly. The executives from Signature Bank worked weekends alongside their staff, filling out and submitting applications to ensure they took care of us. That type of dedication is hard to find, but we found it with Signature Bank.
Signature Bank helps local businesses succeed. Want to learn how Signature Bank can help turn your business vision into reality? Call Signature Bank at 773-467-5600 or visit signaturebank.bank. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
Let's get real. Did you wake up this morning with joint pain? Does it hurt doing the most routine activities? Have they told you it's time for knee or hip replacement surgery? Hi, it's Amy Jacobson, and stop what you're doing and listen. You deserve a life of comfort and ease with no surgery and no meds. And if you're a good candidate for these new treatments, QC Kinetics can get you there. Folks, it's an all-natural approach that harnesses your body's own healing properties to treat the root cause of your arthritic pain. Tens of thousands of satisfied patients with more every day. Yes, you can have real lasting relief from chronic joint pain without drugs, without surgery, without downtime. Learn about all of your options at QC Kinetics. The consultation is free with Saturday appointments available. Call 312-809-5955. That's 312-809-5955. QC Kinetics. Call 312-809-5955.
AM 560, The Answer.
Dan and Amy, you know how firearms and alcohol don't go well together?
Yes, I'm familiar with that.
You know, you can blow a hole in someone. Well, gambling and alcohol do not go well together either, because you can blow a hole in your bank account. Dana White, you know, the founder of UFC.
Oh, yeah.
He is not going to be in line to be Treasury Secretary after you hear this story about his gambling while drinking. Take a listen.
So I wake up the next morning, I'm like, those motherfuckers got me for $80,000 last night, and da-da-da-da-da. So I'm at work the next day, and the host over there calls me, and he says, "Hey, Dana, are you coming back? Do you still need the room that you guys had where you ate and all this shit you used to?" And I said, "No, I don't need the room, but don't get too comfortable with my fucking 80 grand. I'm coming back for it."
Yeah.
Dead fucking silence on the other end of the phone. And he's like, "Dana, you lost $3 million last night."
Oh.
What the f*** are you talking about? I only have a $1.5 million credit line. He goes, "Yeah, you made us call the GM of the hotel, and you started calling him a fucking and da 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 da." And I went, "Yeah, no, that sounds like something I would do." Yeah.
So that's
Is that true?
It's true. Yeah, it's true. You're not making it
Oh
up.
my gosh.
I mean, he's a billionaire. He can afford to lose it, but
It's $3 million.
yeah, I hate when I forget whether I lost 80,000 or 3 million at the tables. That's great. The good humor which he tells the story, it sort of reminds me of my favorite sports profile of all time, about a decade ago or so, when Sports Illustrated profiled John Daly, and they estimated he lost about $60 million gambling in Las Vegas at the time, and his response was no regrets. I'd do it all over again.
At least he had a fun time doing it.
All right, so but Dana White is not a good fit for Doge, not for Treasury.
No,
just stay, friend of Trump. We'll just keep it in that lane.
Yes. Has Elon Musk left Trump's side yet, by the way? He's like the Cato Caitlin of presidential people. Remember? Cato Caitlin was
I remember Cato
Housecast.
Caitlin.
Yes.
Yeah. Thank you for that OJ reference.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right, coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
At 8:38, we'll talk to attorney Ray Kaplan. Things are perhaps about to change in the student loan game at the collegiate level. The forgiveness days, or more accurately, the socialization of other people's financial responsibilities to the country may be coming to an end. So how does that impact you and your collegians? We'll discuss at 8:38.
Yeah, what you need to know. But now let's head into the newsroom. Here is Mike Scott.
30 degrees, some light snow showers in the area at 8:32. Ukraine says Russia has launched an ICBM overnight, targeting Dnipro, a city in the central east of that country. If that is confirmed, it would be the first time Moscow has used such a missile in that war. A volcano in southwest Iceland spewing lava in its 7th eruption since last December. Iceland's seismic monitors say the eruption began with little or no warning on Wednesday. A major storm sweeping across the U.S. Northwest, battering the region with strong winds and rain, caused a widespread power outage, downing trees. 2 have been killed so far, mostly by falling trees. President-elect Trump is cheering the life sentence of a Venezuelan migrant who was convicted of killing a Georgia nursing student. Trump posting on Truth Social on Wednesday, justice for Laken Riley. A Georgia judge had found 26-year-old Jose Ibarra guilty on all charges. That would be Judge Patrick Haggard.
Count 1, malice murder. I sentence you to life without the possibility of parole.
Ibarra had crossed the border illegally in 2022 and was released by border officials while his immigration case was pending. 1 person was killed, 13 others are hurt after a crash involving a CTA bus Wednesday on the city's south side. Crash happened around 7 p.m. near West 60th and South State. Police now say 3 suspects were speeding in a stolen car on State Street and rushed into oncoming traffic. The offending vehicle then crashed into a car and then that CTA bus. 3 are dead after a vehicle slammed into a train in suburban Harvey. Authorities say all 3 victims were in the vehicle that collided with the train yesterday. They bypassed lowered crossing gates at 153rd and Park Avenue. And a man arrested in August after a 15-hour police standoff at a restaurant just a few blocks from the DNC is being returned to Mississippi, where he had escaped from a county jail. Mississippi Department of Public Safety confirming Joshua Zimmerman is being extradited back to Mississippi, but they would not say exactly when he's being moved. Bulls lost to the Bucks last night, 122-106. College hoops, number 20 Fighting Illini fall to Alabama, 100-87. And the Bears could be without their starting running back in Week 12. DeAndre Swift missed practice yesterday with a groin injury. The news service, A Balance of Nature, fruits and veggies in a capsule. Order online at balanceofnature.com and use the coupon code Chicago to save 35% as a preferred customer. Hurry, offer ends soon. A check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
November 2nd, 2020, marked the 100th anniversary of the first commercial radio broadcast. We're still here, and we're bigger and better than ever. You can still listen to us over this great radio station, but now there are no limitations. Your smartphone is now your smart radio. Listen to us online on the app, TuneIn.com, iHeartRadio, and Odyssey.com. Your smart speaker can find us too. With radio, there is no separation anxiety. We're always on. AM 560, The Answer.
If you're living with dry age-related macular degeneration or dry AMD, you may be at risk for developing geographic atrophy or GA. GA can be unpredictable and progress rapidly, leading to irreversible vision loss. Now there's something you can do to
slow it down and get it going slower.
Izervay is proven to slow GA progression.
Izervay gets GA going slower.
Izervay or avacincaptad pagel is a prescription eye injection used to treat GA. Don't take it if you have an infection or active swelling in or around your eye. Izervay can cause eye infection, retinal detachment, or increased risk of wet AMD. Izervay may temporarily increase eye pressure. Your vision may be impaired after an eye injection or exam. Don't delay. Ask your doctor about Izervay today.
Izervay gets GA going slower.
Visit Izervay.com. That's IZERVAY.com.
I love giving jewelry as a gift. Roland's Jewelers is the perfect place for that magical holiday gift. Hi, it's Mike Gallagher. Roland's Jewelers is the absolute perfect place for the magical holiday gift for someone you love. Buying jewelry is about trust. Roland's is the jeweler I trust. I'm a customer, and I'm always amazed by their 5-star Google reviews, so many of them, but why not? They're the best. They're family-owned. Hey, getting engaged? Roland's has a large selection of mined and lab-grown diamonds at great prices. Choose from from beautifully crafted engagement rings from designer Simon G. or Italian designer Roberto Coin, offering stunning diamond pendants and earrings. How about a Tag Heuer watch with cutting-edge technology? I love mine from Rollins. I continue to be impressed at how expertly trained their staff is. Visit Rollins Jewelers in downtown Libertyville or RollinsJewelers.com. That's Rollins, Rollands, Rollins Jewelers, a family-owned jeweler you can trust, just like I do.
Balance of Nature's fruits and veggies supplements, changing the world one life at a time.
My husband's a retired cop, and I worked in a hospital for years. I'm going out right now because I'm getting ready to paint my fence. It's just literally amazing. And, you know, you watch the TV articles and you go, yeah. Well, at least it's 100% returnable if it doesn't work. I'm not kidding you. It is the most amazing product I've ever taken.
Oh, I have a friend, Julia, who has taken a Balance of Nature now for quite some time. And she said, oh, Becky, ask your doctor about taking Balance of Nature. So I talked to my doctor about it, and she said, oh, try it.
Celebrate this season with Black Friday savings all month long. Go to balanceofnature.com and sign up as a new preferred customer to get 50% off your first preferred set. Don't miss out. Go to balanceofnature.com or call 1-800-246-8751 and get this exclusive Black Friday offer by using discount code CHICAGO.
8:39. Let's get an update on the roads. Team Hochberg Traffic Center time is a service of Discover. Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. You heard right, 99%. If you don't think so, maybe it's time to face facts you're stuck in the past. Learn more at discover.com/credit card. The Kennedy at 90 minutes, O'Hare into the Burns Circle interchange. The Eisenhower, the inbound on-ramp from Mannheim, the inbound off-ramp to Mannheim, remain entirely shut down as they have all morning long. Emergency equipment on the scene as they try to right a semi there that tumbled over very early this morning. Tri-State Tollway, they're clearing an accident southbound at US 41. I-65 stop and go northbound in northwest Indiana near Crown Point with an accident still blocking two left-hand lanes. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next. AM 560 Weather Center forecast. Windy, much colder with snow that may change over to rain later in the day and a high near 40. Flurries and 31 right now. Next news at 9. Chicago's Morning Answer continues next on AM 560 The Answer.
Now, from the Signature Bank Studios. If you're looking for the latest news, insight into what it means, and the sharpest opinion, there's only one station in Chicago where you can turn, and it's this one. We're AM 560, The Answer.
Top of the morning, Dan and Amy. The illegal student loan forgiveness, the euphemism that's used to describe the Biden administration's socialization of other people's debt onto people who did not agree to incur it, that, I think, is going to come to an end when Trump assumes office on January 20th. The question is, will there be more structural reforms of college education funding, both in terms of what colleges get from the federal government, as well as perhaps getting the federal government out of the student loan program altogether and sending it back to private lenders to evaluate borrowers' ability to pay, which would probably lower tuition, among other things, in terms of revising admissions and programs offerings as well. So perhaps there's going to be some significant structural changes. Perhaps it will just be the end of the socialization of student loan debt. For more on this changing landscape, pleased to be joined by Ray Kaplan. We've spoken with her before. Ray Kaplan is an attorney at Kaplan Law. You can visit Kaplan Law at financialrelief.com, or call 312-294-8989. Ray Kaplan, thanks for joining us again. Appreciate it.
Hi, guys. Nice to be with you again.
So, let's start with the student loan forgiveness, the unconstitutional student loan forgiveness that persisted regardless of what the Supreme Court said. What happens, do you think, to those people who've had their student loans socialized illegally?
Well, okay, so you mean people who have already had their loans forgiven under one of the provisions of the statute?
Right. So, like, I mean, is there the possibility? I mean, because I'm sure some are worried about clawback.
Yes, I don't think that that's in any way a possibility, because the good thing about that for people who've already had their loans forgiven is that the wording for their ability to take part in loan forgiveness, let's say under public service loan forgiveness or one of the other forgiveness provisions, is written into their promissory notes. So even if they change the law, which would be very difficult because I don't think it would be that politically popular, just my own opinion, but they would need a filibuster-proof majority in the Senate, and there doesn't seem to be the political will to do that kind of thing. So I think that even if the law changed, let's say they were able to get the support for that, it would likely only apply to future borrowers. Right. So people who've already had their loans forgiven are likely in good shape, and those aren't coming back anytime soon.
And we're going to have to pay for it. All right, so what about
Well, that's a done deal.
It doesn't really work that way.
Okay, then tell me how it works.
So basically, the way it works is that you have to remember, a lot of people who are paying on these loans are paying for years and years, and they actually paid back the amount that was borrowed plus some level of interest. What happens is that they get involved in these long-term payment plans because the servicers advise them incorrectly, and so the balance accrues interest for 20, 25 years, and then they switch a payment plan, and that process starts over again with capitalizing interest. So the federal government makes a lot of money on these federal student loans. I'm not saying there's not room for improvement. There certainly is, but it's not as though now we, the taxpayers, are going to have to pay somebody's loans that have been forgiven. It's just debt that the government would write off, much as if a business would write off debt that, if they just can't collect it, or they've written that provision into a statute and that borrower is entitled to forgiveness, then they get the loans forgiven. But in most cases, the borrowers actually do pay back either the entire amount plus interest, or even more than that in many cases.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
it's a lot of interest being forgiven. I will tell you that. For sure.
Right. And the problem is, of course, the people that did pay in full without any sort of relief from the federal government are essentially under a different legal regime. And so this just the whole business, here we go again, of government picking winners and losers. You have to pay back exactly what you committed to on the dotted line, and other people don't. And whatever the infirmity of the advice or the judgment they got, they still signed on the dotted line. And so, it just smacks of unfairness. But I guess my question would be, too, thinking about this going forward, what about the idea of getting the federal government to the point of the arbitrariness of these forgiveness programs and just the general arbitrariness of government as a function of being government? What about getting the federal government out of the student loan business and putting it back to private lenders and let them make decisions about creditworthiness and terms and so forth? What do you think about that?
Well, I don't think it's the best idea, because there are laws under the Higher Education Act where essentially it would be very, very difficult. Again, you would need a filibuster-proof majority to get a change in legislation like that through, where the government is no longer issuing federal student loans on any level, and it just goes back to private lenders. And with private lenders, very often there's no flexibility in terms of the terms of the contract, and the interest is generally much higher than it is on federal student loans, and with less ability to have income-driven payment plans or some type of loan forgiveness. So I think that might create some problems. But I do take your point that it also might have the added benefit of lowering...
Reducing the principal. Yeah, reducing the principal. And I mean, it's like one of those things, too. We just sort of accept what is under the belief that it's always been. And in point of fact, the government didn't take over the student loan business. It didn't back student loans until like 1965. And a lot of people went to college before then. So you know, it didn't.
And the
It
cost
wasn't
was much less.
right.
Oh, yeah.
So
Much more,
so
more, yeah.
I don't
it
know
was
how
so
people
it
do
wasn't always this way. And if you do a little bit comparison contrast, as you're sort of just referencing, one could argue it made a lot more sense. And frankly, private transactions usually do as compared to the public ones.
Well, I think there's also a lot of fear mongering right now going on with the media in terms of what Trump is going to do. And he's talking about eliminating the Department of Education. What he's really talking about there is kind of the top-down federalization of education. And I think what he's talking about is eliminating these kind of CRT programs and maybe unpopular social issues that are being mandated by the federal government in order for states to get money for their public schools. And so I think he wants states to have more control over their own curriculum, which makes perfect sense, to have it more localized, but to still keep intact the ability for borrowers once they are looking at college to be able to borrow federal student loans, or for their parents to be able to borrow federal Parent Plus loans. I don't think that Trump, I don't recall him ever discussing getting rid of federal student loan programs. But when he says, you know, we want to get rid of the Department of Ed, I think a lot of people read things into that he doesn't really mean, and nobody's even really talking about. So I just want people to not panic, because I do truly 100% believe that federal student loans will always be available for college and for parents who need to send their kids to college and are looking for a way to finance it. But they may tinker around the edges and change the statutes. But the statutes that are in place under the Higher Education Act are great, because it allows students to borrow in a limited way, because students have no credit, right? They're 18 years old. But it allows parents of students to borrow much more liberally and then be on the hook for payments for 25 years. And so it's actually a pretty good system. You kind of just have to know how to navigate it. And that's really where we come into play. And we help students apply for scholarships, because that makes a big difference. There's a lot of money out there that people just don't know about and are afraid to ask for.
People have no clue how many scholarships are out there. Just apply for all of them and see what you get.
What about
there are great search engines too for it.
Okay, search engines. Do you have recommendations?
Yes, so there's one actually called Scholarship Owl, like the bird, scholarshipowl.com, and they curate all the different scholarships and help you reapply each year for recurring scholarships. And that sometimes can be $10,000, $20,000, even more, $10,000, $20,000 per year. A lot of schools will give you $20,000 a year if you keep your GPA above 3.4 or 3.5. And that makes a huge difference. If your tuition's $30,000 and you get a $20,000 scholarship, then that means less that you have to borrow in your own student loans, and less that your parents would have to borrow for student loans as well.
Are you seeing more development of income share arrangements like Mitch Daniels started at Purdue to reduce the debt burden coming out of college?
You know, I'm not really familiar with those, so I can't speak to those. No.
This is where you bring like private actors and somebody, to connect college graduates in their particular discipline to actual practitioners in the space. And so you have private sponsors that essentially come in and provide the scholarship money, and then you repay that back on a schedule based on the income you earn coming out of college as you go to work for that individual or for that business or in that sector.
Oh, yeah, that sounds like a fantastic idea. Anything like that where I think there's more accountability and more transparency. I would say the biggest problem with the way the system is set up right now is that there's a lot of confusion out there. There's a lot of misinformation about federal student loans, and the Department of Ed and the servicers have not done a great job in servicing these loans and telling borrowers what they're eligible for. Basically, the servicers just want to keep the borrowers out of default. So very often they would just put them into forbearance. Interest continues to accrue, and the borrowers think that the servicers know what they're talking about, right, as they should. But very often, I've been on the phone with servicers before after being on hold for 2 hours. They drop the call, and then I call back, and then they tell you something that's wildly inaccurate about your monthly payment or your ability to apply for a certain type of loan forgiveness. The public service loan forgiveness is a section of the statute that was signed into law by George W. Bush in 2007. So these are provisions that are established and really help borrowers like doctors, nurses, public school teachers, police officers, et cetera, be able to finance their kids' college education and make monthly payments that are reasonable based on their income and potentially get a lot of the loan forgiven. But the idea is that Congress, and at that time George Bush, wanted to promote people working or who took jobs in the public sector, like, military, police officers, that kind of, those kinds of jobs.
She is Ray Kaplan, Kaplan Law Firm. As you could tell, she is an expert on all things student loan related. You can visit Kaplan Law Firm at financialrelief.com. Financialrelief.com is the website for Kaplan Law Firm. Or you can call 312-294-8989. 312-294-8989. Ray Kaplan, thanks again for joining us. Appreciate it.
Thanks, guys. Talk to you soon.
Yep, thank you. And she joined us on our turnkey.pro answer line.
It's news, opinion, insight. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
The new administration has hinted at one of its boldest moves yet, America's return to the gold standard. Backing the U.S. dollar with gold would create stability in a time of rapid economic change, pushing the price of gold higher than we've seen in decades. Those who act now could be positioned to benefit the most. Premier Gold specializes in helping those with a 401k, IRA, or other types of retirement accounts utilize a little-known loophole to move some of their savings into physical gold. Today, they'd like to send you a free gold standard kit to help you decide if this process is right for you. Call 606-800-8000 to take advantage of current rollover policies. Early action on physical gold could position your portfolio for maximum growth. Call Premier Gold at 606-800-8000. Call 606-800-8000 now. Premier Gold is not a financial advisor. Please consult with your advisor before investing. Call 606-800-8000.
Doing it now. I could smell the fruits and veggies. I crack open 6 capsules, pour them in warm water, and voila. I have my fruits and veggies, my daily allowance, daily recommended allowance of 3 fruits and veggie servings a day. And with 6 capsule, you're getting fruits and veggie servings from 31 different fruits and vegetables. It's that easy to do. People who take it love it. I saw my friend who, believe it or not, she's almost 90 years old. She looks like she's 60. She works out all the time, 5 days a week, and she's been taking Balance of Nature for 10 years, and so have I. So be one of the cool kids. Work out and take Balance of Nature. Take care of yourself. You have one body, one temple, so be good to it. And right now is the best time to try it if you've never tried it, because it is 50% off. Yes, half off your bottles of fruits and veggies if you use coupon code Chicago. So call this number, 800-246-8751. That's 800-246-8751. Use coupon code Chicago for 50% off your first set and free shipping when you sign up as a new preferred customer. 800-246-8751. Call now or order online at balanceofnature.com. That's balanceofnature.com. Coupon code Chicago.
The new administration has hinted at one of its boldest moves yet, America's return to the gold standard. Backing the U.S. dollar with gold would create stability in a time of rapid economic change, pushing the price of gold higher than we've seen in decades. Those who act now could be positioned to benefit the most. Premier Gold specializes in helping those with a 401k, IRA, or other types of retirement accounts utilize a little-known loophole to move some of their savings into physical gold. Today, they'd like to send you a free gold standard kit to help you decide if this process is right for you. Call 606-800-8000 to take advantage of current rollover policies. Early action on physical gold could position your portfolio for maximum growth. Call Premier Gold at 606-800-8000. Call 606-800-8000 now. Premier Gold is not a financial advisor. Please consult with your advisor before investing. Call 606-800-8000.
Amy Jacobson and Dan Proft here, and we want to tell you about our 2024 Food for the Poor campaign.
If you've listened to this station and to our show for any length of time, then you already know about Food for the Poor. They are a nonprofit, faith-based organization that provides food, water, medicine, clothing, and life-saving supplies directly to local partners in Latin America and the Caribbean.
We We all know how bad the situation is right now in Latin America and the Caribbean.
For many families, the cost of food has simply become prohibitive, leading to sickness and starvation.
The only thing standing between these families and starvation is Food for the Poor. But in order to get this food to those who need it most, Food for the Poor needs your help. Your one-time gift of just $50 can provide life-saving food for a child for an entire year and provide their community with access to water.
To give a gift of any amount, just call 844-862-4673. That's 844-862-4673.
Or you can visit 560theanswer.com/food for the poor, or just click on the Give Life banner.
AM 560, The Answer.
Got a text message real quick. Just swallow them like an adult, Amy. That's how I do it.
You want to hear something cool? This heavy metal guitarist took some of the reactions to Trump's election from the hysterical, shrieking left and put them to heavy metal guitar riff. So what you'll hear, the shrieking and the crying and screaming, are the reactions with his guitar licks as the bed.
I'm done. I'm done. I'm done. I'm done with you. I'm done with you and your mother and your sister. I'm just done all of this. I'm sorry.
That's the black lady.
Yeah, I mean, that guy, I tell you what, with some accompaniment from all those hysterical leftists, that guy could open for Slayer. I like what he's doing there. It's fun.
All right, thanks so much for making us part of your morning, part of your lives. Be careful out there. It's snowing. Yes, it's like a snowy slush mixture out there. And we'll be back bright and early tomorrow morning. Thanks also to Justin Kosick and Quinn McCarthy. Now here is Mike Scott.
A judge under fire for releasing a man accused of killing his wife. WIND Chicago News Time is 9 o'clock.
Crimes against humanity.